Let's have a bit of fun till our downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
And you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Hi, and welcome one and all to the Kunoichi Kocoa. Gather around, put on your warmest jackets, and, cuddle up to the person closest to you, or failing that, any suitable stuffed animal, and boot Overwatch on ultra settings and gather around the warmth of the fire that is your computer as we get ready for a pretty exciting tournament. My name is K-Wing, and I'm here with Willow. And Willow, we've got some really exciting teams competing from the Calling All Heroes circuit now in Kunoichi, fighting for a pretty cool prize pool.
Yeah, like you mentioned, we've seen a lot of these teams and a lot of these players before just last weekend, so a lot of them, it's going to be a bit of a new day for them. Maybe the ones that reach the top, they're going to be resting on their laurels, decided, you know what, we already hit the big prize, we'll lean back a little bit. And those underdogs, right, they're ready to fight, they're ready to prove that no resting yet. We're not quite at the holiday season just now. I've got my hot chocolate, so I'm going to be chilling out and having a good time, but for these players, they've still got a fair amount left to play for before they can settle in, get cozy, cuddle up. I'm sure that they'll be doing that plenty after this weekend, though, as we get into our first game of today.
Yeah, getting into that first game today, we have Vancouver Titans Blue versus Yippee Carry, two teams that, I mean, if you're a frequent Calling All Heroes watcher, need no introductions. Both these teams have been forces to be reckoned with by even the top teams in CAH, and now they're fighting really, really early in the bracket. So for those of you that aren't aware of how this is gonna work, we start off with a group stage, move then into a double bracket elimination. We've got 5 rounds of Swiss before we get there, and then that double elimination bracket to take us all the way to the end. We've divided up the teams into 2 groups. It was a random divide, Willow, but I mean, these 2 groups, I mean, one does seem, how do I put this, to have some names that you're gonna be recognizing little more than the others. Let me just list off some names for you. I closed the tab. Never mind, I didn't close the tab. NYXL Drainers, Yippee Carry, Vancouver Titans Blue, just 3 of the 5 in Group 2, the group that we are sitting in right now. A stacked group.
I mean, as well, when we were looking at Group 1, there was originally going to be the rematch Michael Wave versus Timeless, but unfortunately Timeless had to pull out at the last second, so I don't know. Michael Wave, they came second, third in the end, but they won Swiss stage in Calling All Heroes Major 3, so they are maybe going to be imagining a slightly easier time through their now somewhat less competitive pool. But again, none of these teams can afford to relax just yet, but it is going to be in this Group 2 where we see a lot of the teams that maybe would want to be pushing forward, really clamoring over each other. It's only a qualifier, but for a group this stacked, every single match matters. Obviously, people are going to have perhaps some favorites going in. Vancouver Titans Blue have played very strong recently alongside Yippee Curry, but I mean, when we look at these players and how they performed just last weekend, Phone and what were on people's minds, and especially I remember seeing on the casters' minds at the time. It's a strong lineup to have to go up to for your first match of the weekend. If you are Yippee Curry, you're maybe not overly concerned about, dropping maybe one match here or there to what could be the strongest team in your group. But for Vancouver Titans Blue, it's almost the opposite way around. If they drop a match here, they're going to be a little bit shaken up, maybe. This isn't the game that they want to lose, so I expect them to come out at full strength. We're going to be seeing the kinds of compositions they want to play now that we're in this kind of weird... Ramatra's been buffed and Sigma's been nerfed, but Dive is also a little bit stronger, though Mauga's not available in this tournament. I don't know, we're seeing some wacky in the favorite heroes, but I wouldn't expect a composition that looks like this, especially considering Bastion is not really a tank. As you look at Yippee Curry, though, see what they've got lined up. What are you thinking, K-Wing?
I mean, you've got Sunshine. Reese's the name that just never leaves my mind, no matter how hard I try. Reese's Pieces. You've got Tara on the Doomfist. Unlucky Man and Kayla rounding out the support. And I mean, Tara and Reese's are two names that are going to stick in your minds. They are incredibly scary and an incredibly dynamic tank DPS duo, so expect to see a lot of them as we get into this map. This is definitely my most exciting map of the day, just already getting into a quick one, and we've got Busan as our starting point.
And especially in these first two formats that we're seeing here, which is going to be the run through all the way up until the playoffs for the NA bracket. A map like Busan as your starting map can be incredibly divisive. You've got maps like Sanctuary, where, you know, those long sightlines and long rotations really dissuade a team from playing a brawl style, like we've seen with the Ramatra May start to come through. But then you get maps like Mecha Base, where it's almost the complete opposite, and if you don't have that May to put pressure on those choke points, you're putting yourself at a significant disadvantage. Realistically, Busan is the ideal starting map in my mind for showing off just how much flexibility a team can put forward. Each of the three maps plays significantly differently to the last. Maybe you could draw some parallels between Downtown and Sanctuary, but even then there's that choke point situation that has to be dealt with. You can try and force your way through those side alleys, but realistically, I mean, they're dangerous for a reason. They are so tight, so narrow, and you have to give up the high ground to get through them on Downtown. It's just... If a team was going to play something different every single submap of a control, Busan is exactly where you would want to do it. There's going to be... I mean, I'm interested to see how teams want to go around this, to be honest. When we look at the way that, you know, meta has developed over the last little while, people saw the Winston, you know, ignoring armor damage reduction changes, and Tracer went from 5.5 to 6 damage per pellet, and those are big changes, do not get me wrong. Mm-hmm. But the dive sweep has not come through as was predicted just yet. I think teams are still favoring a little bit more towards that brawl. Bastion is still just such a threat, and when Sojourn can play so effectively in both a soft dive and like a poke brawl setup, which the Ramatra Lucio May Bap just kind of facilitate, you're not really hurting, no matter which one you go on, but it feels like dive can be much more easily shut out compared to the poke brawl, which, even if it's not great, it's always going to get the job done, compared to something that could very easily punish dive if you try and play it on the wrong map.
Yeah, and I mean, personally, you were talking about switching up these compositions, and that's why I really do love Control as a first map. You get to see a bit of a diagnostic tool of how do these teams think, and what are they going to be a little more stubborn on? What are they going to be looking to play? And already with these compositional starts, we have some interesting differences. We got Yippee Carry playing that Doomfist, playing that Genji. We have BTB showing the Roadhog, which they may be changing up, but I do believe Yippee Carry is going to be going on this Doomfist composition and looking to play that dive as we open the doors on our first map.
Okay, sticking to the Ashe is definitely an interesting choice for this. I think that when you're comparing that to just the dive potential of a Tracer or the soft dive potential of a Sojourn, the Ashe is just... It's another anti-dive tool that the Ana doesn't need because you already have the Brigitte. And as we can see from Vancouver Titans Blue, they're not running a dive in the first place. So it feels like you're trying to poke. You've maybe got that initial pick potential that the Ashe offers in comparison to the Sojourn, but the Sojourn just has so much more repositional value that... And it's already Terra who's got caught out. Those picks, if you can't find them, you're just sat around now, waiting for your team to make a move, but you're the one that has to be proactive.
Completely, as Sunshine can't find the pick onto Saffrona, gets taken out, and that is not good for the dive of EP Carry. They're switching on to the Winston.
Yeah, Terra immediately going over to the Winston, and there's the Sombra Trace. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. The Doomfist was a nice idea, but maybe keep it around the back for now, especially if you're going to try and play it alongside an Ashe. Vancouver Titans Blue, though, no May offers very little choke control potential, so Yippee Carry, they have an opening here if they're able to try and get on top of that backline that won't be able to resist them as easily.
What? Already taken down by Sunshine as Terra looking to engage the dive right onto the front line. Gonna have a tough time into phone. Unlucky Main on that Brig. Playing point, taking it for Yippee Carry. Tara again putting damage in onto the front line. Phone gonna get hacked up. Reese's now onto the Sombra, recently buffed, I may add. What did you do? What did you do? Welcome back, everyone, to the most insane thing I've ever seen happen. So, fun story. We were in the middle of the map, casting, doing great. And then the Discord server disappeared into the ether.
I liked how you could hear the Discord disconnect sound come through the production side. It was actually like we were in the middle of it, and then you just hear, and that's it, gone. We're silent for the rest of the time. Oh man. No, that was unlucky. I did feel in the chat a little bit quickly during the downtime, but
Yeah, we did.
I lost access to all of Discord completely. Everyone else was trying to DM things still and be like, "Oh, you can still like access it." I'm just looking at a screen that said "servers degraded, unavailable." I was like, "Okay, well, I guess I'll sit here and wait for someone to figure it out." Then I can't even tell anyone that I can't see the stream. So if it's just me, I guess that's an issue. But hey, we're fine. It seems like the players took a break as well. I don't know if that was at the end of Sanctuary or halfway through it. I'm guessing some teams also had their own Discord servers potentially go down for a little bit, so maybe they just couldn't come for half of that map. Who knows? Sanctuary going over to Vancouver Titans Blue. Either way, going over to downtown next.
Yeah, and big swaps coming through. Yippee Carry staying on that dive, on that tried and true, but is it really tried and true there as what? And the members of Vancouver Titans Blue seem to be right on top, moving on to that Junker Queen rush as the door is open. Junker Queen and Vancouver Titans Blue rolling out round 2.
Gonna be the Sunshine versus Wood sniper duel here. Obviously, the Widowmaker does have that sightline and range advantage over the Ashe, but the Ashe is just that little bit more able to play around things like the dynamite, build up that ult charge that little bit faster to get that Bob in play. A little bit more valuable than the Infrasight, an early pickoff on the Genji duel. That's unfortunate for Vancouver Titans Blue, who may just have to give up the whole point because of this space that you were able to get.
That was a great follow-up by Reese's as Tara's gonna jump in, fall right on top of the Junker Queen, who's very alone. Phone just trying to stay alive, but what finds a pick onto Kayla? It might not matter in the end as the point goes over to Yippee Carry and Vancouver Titans Blue. Wait for another day.
That's, I mean, that's certainly a way to start out a fight, and that's gonna happen again. Okay, no, it's just gonna be VTB backing off him. Unlucky to lose the Genji twice in quite such succession. There's the Widowmaker, though, showing the prowess versus the Ashe in that particular matchup. They're trading equally at the moment, but VTB are not in position to try and capitalize off the back of this. They're trying to set Phone up now, but if Terra gets any kind of care, please! Oh, that's the Winston already down.
There you go, just pushing through Phone. Really incredible, taking Terra out of the sky with the knife, and Yippee Carry, I mean, Terra switching back onto the Doom Fist, looking to capitalize on this Widowmaker.
Yeah, offers you a little bit more survivability against the Junker Queen as well, who can usually just knife, axe, shout, keep going. Sunshine getting picked as well there towards the tail end. I mean, it really feels like these picks are just kind of coming from nowhere. The fight barely even starts, someone just falls over. Starting to look a little bit at, like, Kayla and Unlucky. Where are they positioning that's just allowing people to fall over like that? The Brig caught out in the middle of nowhere, away from the Ana. The Doomfist now just trying to back out too. It's unfortunate. We're building up to Nato, but I mean, 33 and 33 for the teams now. They're trading equally. They're going blow for blow.
That they are, but Vancouver Titans Blue coming up to a lot of big ultimates. And that's what I was talking about, is that they don't have a defensive ultimate, but they do have Reese's. Gonna get the Nano, is gonna move right in, picking up a second, dropping the blade to look for more. But I don't think they're gonna be fine. Well, they're gonna find Saffrona. Phone invests, says it's winnable, and might just be right as Kayla's gonna get taken down. Looking for that second support. The Ashe goes low. Unlucky man has to invest. Nickman pulls out the blade. It's a big investment fight for the ultimates. Phone finds that pick onto Reese's, but it's the Bob on point, and Phone has to wait for it to expire. Takes out the Brig and will flip the point. What a hero play from Vancouver Titans Blue.
That is a tragic fight for Yippee though, who looked like they were going to win it off the back of just a dry Nano Genji. No blade pulled until the last second just to clean up the Kiriko. It was only 2 members of VTB even left alive to try and turn that.
What?
This is what I'm talking about. VTB, they're just finding a pick right at the start of each fight, and yet somehow Yippee are trading equally to make these fights as close as they are, forcing Vancouver Titans Blue to pull out the ultimates to try and turn it around. Terra trades back onto Mickman now, but then immediately Wood. Still on this Widowmaker, he is uncontested.
Incredible stuff from What? And you change the way that you're playing now. if you're Yippee Carry, you would have gotten punished by that so much, so hard, that you can't play normally. They have to start contesting the point. And it's going to be Terra dropping in, using those Doomfist abilities. Has the Doomfist ult recently buffed? Has Nostalgia playing very risky, looking for those boots. Overtime Wick starting to burn down. Phone loses their life. It could be the flip for Yippee Carry. There's the ult from Terra. Point starting to flip over. Ult comes in from Nostalgia. They say it's winnable. Are they gonna be right? Terra goes incredibly low, but is kept up by the grace of their supports. Nostalgia gone, and Yippee Carry will keep themselves in this round.
BTB could definitely just held sound barrier there. I know they were scared of the threat of Terra just landing on someone's head and deleting them from the lobby, but you were at overtime, you've got maybe one fight now, you're not going to have time to build up to another beat unless you take two really quick fights. Nostalgia, already dead at the start of this one, you are definitely not getting a sound barrier now as we're entering last fight territory. VTB is still trying to fight this though, they're postured up.
Nickman takes down 2. No blade needed for this swordsman. Terra's jumping back, trying to keep Yippee Carry alive. Nano in onto the Doomfist. They need some picks. Jumping in, gets both supports with that punch, but can't find the final blow. Blade pulled out from Nickman, gonna slash through Sunshine, and is gonna find these supports and slash through them. And Vancouver Titans Blue will take that map 1.
That was... It felt like a series of ultimates that were just kind of thrown into the hot pot, see what you can come up with in the kitchen. It was a little all over the place, to be honest. The Nano one's the Doomfist I don't hate, but you could have used that going onto the Genji to try and build up to that blade. You have the Nano, the Genji maybe finds a pick there, then builds up to the blade, maybe find another pick there to try and turn it around, but instead goes onto the Doomfist who can only really try and survive, doesn't find that punch onto Mickman unfortunately, so instead they're just sitting around waiting, and yeah, no kills come through. And that's Busan just running away from them. Again, in these first 2 series, it's really important that you don't just drop map 1 like that. Not even taking a round for Yippee Carry is an unfortunate start. But as we go over to map number 2, it will be their choice. And they've got a decent pool to choose from, 4 maps that they could select. Are you thinking that they're going to favor anyone in particular? I know there's the classic. I know there's the usual. But do you think we'll see it this time?
I mean, I don't think so. I think that we've seen such good mastery of the rush composition from Vancouver Titans Blue, and such a hesitancy from Yippee Carry to switch off of the dive that I really don't think that we're going to see them go this really rush heavy map, because we've seen with that kind of diagnostic test that is Control, we've seen exactly what Yippee Carry and Vancouver Titans Blue want to play. And they are not going to take their opponents to a map they are going to feel so comfortable on, that they're going to have that home field advantage on. I don't think we're going to see it, but I have been wrong before many times.
I mean, I feel like when we look at the way that VTB and Yippee Carry are both trying to play, Vancouver Titans Blue, they were playing this very, like you say, rush kind of brawl style. We saw the Sigma at first to try and poke out, and then we see the switch over to the Queen for downtown. When we look at the difference between those compositions, they could realistically just pull out the Ramantra if they wanted and play a brawl style on King's Row if they felt like. But from Yippee Carry, maybe they just felt like dive was the answer on those 2 submaps. It's not necessarily indicative, I don't think, of everything they're going to play, especially when we saw Sunshine favoring that Ashe. Entirely possible that I think maybe, even if we don't go over to King's Row itself, maybe we do see a little bit of Midtown, try and play some poke mirrors going in there. If we wanted to run the dive as well, I mean, I think it's possible, but I think it's the same issue as been present up until this point. Whilst that extra damage from the Tracer is nice, whilst that, armor ignore from the Winston is pleasant, if you're not playing a tank that has a bunch of armor, it's not really going to do a whole much, to be honest. And considering we've only seen Sigma and Junker Queen thus far, I mean, like I say, King's Row, it's comfortable, and maybe you're not feeling like dive is the only composition you can play. It was maybe the solution for those 2 Busan submaps, but if you're wanting to change something up now and just run the Ramantra Classic that we've seen come out, either with the Reaper and the Moira, or with like the Bastion and the Baptiste, you now have the opportunity to do so on a map that favors it, without having to feel like you're playing into like an off composition that maybe you're not as comfortable on because you've just practiced the dive so heavily on that map in particular. Nevertheless, I'm being teased. I'm being teased with a Sombra Doomfist. I mean, around first point, you do have the option to try and contest the high ground this way. They are on attack, okay? It's entirely possible that Yipikari are teasing me. I'm being baited. However, from Titans Blue, we are going to be seeing, just like I said, the classic. It's going to be the Sojourn rather than the Bastion. I do think the Sojourn is just overall stronger for this poke phase that the Ramatra offers. Yipikari, they do have that automatic response of the Widowmaker, though. So we will be seeing that duel of the hit scans. The Widowmaker with the instant pick potential, whereas the Sojourn, who has to build up a little bit first before she gets that kill in her toolbox. Going into the start, they're sticking on it. I don't know how fond I am of it, but they're sticking on it. The Doomfist with the Ana Brick. Okay, going over to the Genji now. But, yeah, I mean, especially when you're playing the Brigitte with... Okay, they've seen what Vancouver Titans Blue are running. The Doomfist immediately goes back onto the Winston and decides, no, none of that. Understandable, honestly, that cleave through the armor health is maybe going to be a little bit more useful, but again, this Brigitte, when you're not playing into a dive, you're starting to wonder, could you play a Lucio instead? Could you play a Kiriko, maybe? We'll have to see if they're able to make this work. Ash especially...
Reese is getting taken down early is a big loss there for Yipikari. Now they're just going to get chased down into that side angle. Phone getting slept is the only thing that's going to keep them alive.
Ults looking about even currently. You've got 50% on that amplification matrix, but 50% for the nano as well. You're probably not going to want to see that used until the blade is available, so it's more important to look at the Genji more so than the Ana for that particular cooldown. Whereas obviously Vancouver Titans Blue, they can just pull the amp matrix whenever they want, immediately try and burn someone down. But these teams, they're playing pokey at the moment, right? Yipikari have to try and look for a dive target, but Vancouver Titans Blue, if they play together, you're not really giving anyone that they can dive on.
Phone getting early anti-units. Reese's getting picked off early again. Sleep goes out, but it just can't protect Yipikari as they're just going to get run over again. Nano goes in onto the Winston when they're down too. And Yipikari finds the pick onto Safrona. That's a huge pick coming in from Terra. That is a flip coming through. That's perfect for them. It's going to use some Ultra VTV. Phone has that ult, rolling it through, doesn't find any picks off of it. Terra does have to use the Primal Rage. Terra's gonna jump right back in, and it's what getting taken down. Beat comes through, and I have lost clean feet. There we go. Okay, we're back here. Nickman, we're just having all of the connection issues. Terra getting taken down is a good start, but it looks like Nostalgic going low, but staying alive means Yipikari can pop right back into it. Not even a single tick down. Nickman picking up two, and there you have it. Rally invested from Unlucky Main on the side of Yipikari. That is quite the sight to see, but somehow it's flipping it around. Two picks roll through. Vancouver Titans Blue on the back foot. Terra jumping in onto Safrona, gets the nano to keep them up. Can they survive through it? Through this Lucio and the Baptiste gets the melee in mid-air. And Terra on the side of Yipikari is going to eventually wrest this point and take it from Vancouver Titans Blue in one of the most toughest fights I've seen in a while.
That went on for so long that Kayla ended up building 2 nano boosts, neither of which went on for a Genji Blade. Both just directly onto the Winston. Go on, get back in there, farm me another nano, right? Just keep going, keep going, keep going. There was no, it was relentless, just constantly going. It feels like Vancouver Titans Blue as well. They had the tempo that entire time, but maybe they saw the rally get invested and thought to themselves, oh, well, they're investing rally. Easy, we'll simply punish this, no problem. We'll all walk forwards in a nice straight line for this nanoed Winston to then immediately punish us with. It was, I feel like the fight had gone on so long they were looking for a quick out, but you have to remember that when you're playing, especially First Point Kings on a poke brawl composition like that, you can just play around Hotel, play back of Hotel, play Archway. You don't have to go in. And as soon as they do take that aggression, we see exactly what I was saying, they would have so much difficulty from Yipikari trying to set up. They gave Yipikari that option to dive onto the backline. Immediately, the Baptiste and the Lucio get isolated by that nano. Both Sunshine and Reese's just find the picks onto Bigman and Wood, and that's really all you need to be able to clean that fight up. Yipikari managing to take first. They burnt a lot of time, but not perhaps as much as you were hoping.
Wall goes through. There's the blade from Reese's, and it's immediately responded to with the annihilation from Phone. That's a huge loss there as Reese's going to trade themselves out to pick onto what? But Phone, the annihilation still running through, and they can use that for more aggression and clean up Yippee Carry, one fight is all they get.
What decided that was enough of the Sojourn, lost an overclock at the start of that fight, didn't find any value, immediately goes over the Hanzo. Understandable, honestly. But it's important to note from Yippee Curry, they took a dry blade that fight. They invested the Primal and the blade, but they didn't invest the Nano Boost, which they're going to be able to build up to and continue the cycle of Winston goes in even more with the Nano Boost, just keeps the pressure going forever. Eventually, you're just trying to burn through the cooldowns that the Baptiste and the Lucio have on offer. As long as you can just get one of them a little out of position, you can eventually punish it.
Blizzard running through from Nickman, trying to freeze up Terra, just getting caught in the side and punched out. Oh, that's a huge loss. And Yippee Carry, they're just going to retreat. A smart move.
Yeah, no need to invest ultimates there. I mean, we saw them have a tendency perhaps to throw ultimates into fights that weren't particularly favorable, but I think Kayla making the right judgment call that even if you did try and throw that Nano Boost onto the Winston, he probably just gets isolated out by the Blizzard anyway, so no point for that. But BTB, they're slowly having their ult bank whittled away. Yippee Curry now investing the Nano to start this.
Yeah, and there's immediately taken out. Terra, even through the damage reduction of the Nano, is burst down by Safrona with a window. Perfect counter. Beat used by Nostalgia aggressively. They're just going to try and counter out this rally with the Annihilation. And slept up, but Woken immediately is phone. Who's going to keep the Annihilation rolling. And a big stagger, making this about one fight territory. There you have it for BTB.
This is the threat of the Ramatra composition, okay? You try and go on the Mei, she pops Cryo. You try and go on the Hanzo, he immediately taps you with Sonic Arrows, or Storm Arrows 5 times in the head, and all of a sudden you're dead. The Ramatra, you think you've got on him, and then he pops Annihilation, right? The Annihilation wears off, another Nemesis form comes through. It's just so much cooldown cycling that you have to try and burn through to find a dive target in the first place. We saw the Nano Boost go out onto Terra to try and open that up. But when you use it to open, you don't have it to sustain, so immediately the Winston just burned down, and now Yippee Curry with 30 seconds left, they have to take a fight quick if they want to build ultimates for last fight.
Yeah, and Reese switching onto the Echo is an interesting choice. Going to take a lot of damage and barely escape behind the wall. Yippee Carry has to play so scared as Terra is barely making it behind that wall. The Mei threw up. There's the jump, there's the dive in. Immortality gone. Reese going to trade themselves out for Safrona. Both supports gone for BTB. And Yippee Carry is not done with this push just yet, as Bone really gonna stagger themselves out here unless they can find a big pick on this Ana. It might all be for naught.
That was a really nice acknowledgement from Yippee Curry to just see that, like, okay, Phone's trying to play into this tight room. Safrona and Nostalgia have had to reposition to a tight space on their own, away from the Mei and the Hanzo, who don't have the cooldowns to protect them. Immediately get on top of them. We're in overtime now, but they've started to build up the ultimates. They didn't have to invest in that fight. So, both the Primal and the Nano Boost going to be available for Terra, who's just going to be able to maintain pressure forever. We can see already that was posturing around the high ground, trying to force out the Mei early, see if they can find it.
Early Primal from Terra jumping in is what throws the Dragon Strike Blizzard in as well, and it does freeze up Unlucky Main, who gets nanoed and taken out. Those are big ults gone off the field for Yippee Carry. They're down 2, and they will be down full. There you go, BTB. Stop them out at 101 meters, but for Yippee Carry, that is 100% holdable, Willow.
Hey. Well, I'm sure hoping so, because you'd like to see a little bit more distance to feel comfortable in this. On King's Row in particular, Streets phase can be a pain once you lose that archway, so we're really looking right now to make sure that Yippee Curry are maybe pushing BTB into overtime on their first point attack if they want to feel any kind of safe going into the rest of this map. I feel like the Nano Boost going over onto Unlucky Main was understandable, right? Your Briggs 80, 89 for Nano, right? You're trying to make sure that she lives long enough that you can then build up to that rally and then just keep going, keep sustaining through, but the sheer amount of damage they were able to put through with both the Dragons and the Blizzard coming through from Vancouver Titans Blue was just too much for them to try and chunk through. They gave it a good go, and I can't fault them for that, but I think realistically you maybe had to make the acknowledgement of, okay, our Brig is done. Maybe just have to give up on the rally altogether. Try and sustain my Winston, who just has that much higher of a chance of surviving in the first place. I think it's understandable to make a decision like that in the heat of the moment, but I think if maybe they put that nano back onto Terra, just allowed that Winston to keep posturing up and aggressing, we would have seen maybe a slightly different turnaround for them on that occasion. Going over onto Vancouver Titans Blue attack, we're going to be seeing maybe a dive mirror, maybe a hog. I mean, surely the hog doesn't stay. I mean, if you're looking for an anti-Winston tank hero, you have it, but...
I think Phone's sticking on the hog. I really do. I think Phone's got it. I think Phone has cracked the code and has seen into the meta. I think they got it. I mean, they're taking Sunshine low, and they're pushing in a lot of pressure in onto Terra, going incredibly low, but just barely staying alive, but the pressure's still there. Terra on just a sliver of HP. LOS by their healers just cannot get out, but Phone's gonna take out Reese's, trading out for Hickman. It's even 4v4 on the point. Sunshine going low. Terra has to play so safe against this Roadhog. That scrap gun so deadly as Phone can't chase with the hook. Oh, it's gonna be VTB starting to cap point.
That is, I mean, as far as compositions go, this is certainly interesting. Playing a Roadhog with a Tracer Ash is kind of just individual counters, right? You're trying to counter the Anna, you're trying to counter the Winston. Immediately, Terra just takes far too much poke damage and is taken out. We are looking now at the backline of Yukikari, like, are they able to find the angles that they need to make sure this Winston stays alive? In the face of such overwhelming poke damage, okay, what showing off their coach guns up to just get a fraction of a second peek onto Reese's immediately takes out that Genji to cap out first. We were talking about how maybe you were hoping to push them into overtime if you wanted to feel safe the streets. Now, Yukikari don't even have control of Archway as we go into point 2. 5 minutes on the time bank. 20 seconds maybe already one away, but that feels like a drop in the ocean compared to what Yukikari now have to stall Vancouver Titans Blue for. And it's Vancouver Titans Blue who are going to be coming up on the fight-turning ultimates this time. Both the Rush and the Bob that they can try and open this out with, whereas Yukikari, they've only got a Bob and a Nano. You're not going to want to use these aggressively, you're going to want to use them to try and stall things out until you build for something like that Blade for the Nano.
That's the thing. You want to try and hang on to that Nano. You want to try and force on with this Bob, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to Nano onto Terra on the Orisa. The Bob's going to get shredded through the Kune. Hook finding nothing, and so will the whole hog as that Pigpen going to get thrown out, triggered by the Orisa, who's going to get shredded by Phone. 3 shots and gone is that Orisa. What a hook onto the Brig. We question Phone, and this Blade comes out from Reese's. Can't even gonna get one, just barely hanging on against Nostalgia, and Yippee Carry will just barely.
That was a really nice response from Yukikari to make sure that Phone wasn't able to get value from that Nano whole hog rush. The amount of damage that the Roadhog can chunk out during that is absolutely insane. They did lose Terra on the tail end of it just because of all the resources they've already expended, but that was a really good response. That was definitely potentially fight loss there if Phone hits a hook that maybe wasn't hit, or, you know, a sleep dart doesn't come out that did. But going into it's just last fight still. There's 3 minutes and only 10-15 meters. It's such an overwhelming bank for Yukikari to have to go into, and they've got to play into the bomb.
They do, but they have some big ults, and they already take down what? As there's the Javelin coming out from Terra, and the push is going to roll in with a rally. That's exactly what they want. They're going to push Vancouver Titans Blue back and buy themselves just a little more time, but it was an ult. They had to invest.
Well, it was an ult trade. Mickman uses the pulse bomb, doesn't find anything in that fight, and now Sunshine's going to be able to build up to a Bob of her own as well. This Tracer just looking around the sidelines trying to find any kind of angle, but it's VTB not going to be able to find that high ground and imagine as easily. Kayla is on the low ground just scouting around right now, but has the nano boost available, goes out onto Risa, who's immediately going to pull the Terror Surge.
Oh, both supports gone, and Phone with the Nano, with the Kitsune, with the whole hog, and with the victory for Vancouver Titans Blue. They run through incredibly well. 2-0 victory, and VTB have made an incredible start to their tournament.
That's what you can see when that Roadhog doesn't get so effectively shut down by just using every single cooldown that the team has. Vancouver Titans Blue just caught Yippee Curry out on their defensive ultimates a little bit. The supports were not there to be able to rally a nano, as they'd already used rally in the last fight. You traded it for Pulse Bomb maybe, but it means you don't have it to even try and sustain through the onslaught that Roadhog presents. And yeah, Phone, it feels like that was the key of the match, right? Phone just running at the various members of Yippee Curry with either the Roadhog or the Ramatru just slam, 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 going in constantly, no time to recover. Even when Yippee Curry were responding well, there's only so many resources that you have available before eventually Vancouver Titans Blue are just going to slip through the cracks, and yeah, they run away with both Kings Row and Busan there to round out the first match. I was about to round out the overall. We're not there yet, we've only just started. That's the wrong adage, my bad.
We do have a lot more Overwatch to bring you. We have a full nother match and then a whole nother casting pair coming in. But, I mean, seriously, what a game. Both these teams aren't really sweating. This wasn't an elimination match by any means. But for Vancouver Titans Blue, it is just another notch in your belt to say, we are an incredible team, and we are a team that can basically take the team that everyone kind of thought was gonna be the team to really bring it to us and take it right to them 2-0. So a scary statement coming out from VTB, and we'll have to see if they can carry it on through this Swiss stage. As like we said, their group is pretty well stacked, so we might be seeing them again in the later bracket.
I mean, I'd be very surprised if we didn't, to be honest, especially with the performance the Vancouver Titans Blue have put up here. It's only going to be one team from each bracket that gets eliminated, okay? So if you're able to put a performance like that against Yippee Curry, your placement is pretty much sealed at this point. You know, you're maybe not necessarily punching up, but you've cemented yourself firmly as, we're not going to be in the danger zone. We're going to be comfortable. We're going to be all right. We were talking about how that's exactly what Vancouver Titans Blue want to be in this Switch stage. They want to feel able to rest for a little bit before we get into our Sunday matches. Either way, we're going to be taking a break now. We'll catch you next time for our second round of the tournament. I'm not going to mess it up this time, I promise. And hopefully we'll have no further technical difficulties through either Discord or otherwise. We'll see you then.
and welcome back to the technical difficulties that just keeps on giving. If you're counting, we have had the entirety of Discord collapse on us, and on top of that, an observer's entire computer just kind of crash. So, knocking on wood here that we're not going to have a third technical disaster, but, if so, we're going to keep rolling with the punches because we have got some exciting Overwatch and we've got another really interesting match here. We have got the NYXL Drainers facing off against Rainbow Road.
Drainers obviously going to be the other team that's really punching in this bracket to make that playoffs run alongside Vancouver Titans Blue. I think going against Rainbow Road, I don't want to say that it's going to be a perhaps similar situation to last match. However, these are the two teams that you should be looking out for. Drainers and VT Blue are they're strong. They're strong and they are good, and just like an individual level in terms of their players. Maybe we're going to be seeing some swaps around of rosters here and there, as is typical in any kind of open division fashion. A few players come out, a few players come in, but they're not teams that you want to dismiss by any means. They're going to be in that same situation as Vancouver Titans Blue were last time. They want to secure this initial win in round 2, because the more wins they stack up during this round robin, the better their seeding is going to be going into playoffs. These teams, they're going to be playing for a really nice, easy start, and if they've got the top seed, they're going to be, favored by that inverse seeding style that we tend to see. Looking at this roster of Senna, X10, Alisu, Poyu, and Anyan, I mean, it's classic, right? We've got so many names here that are just instantly recognizable as some of the best to do it. Especially Poyu has come up really on the rise over the last year and so on that main support role. We're seeing the Life Weaver floated, but I doubt that we'll see much Life Weaver actually played. These were their favorite heroes, not necessarily the ones they planned to actually bring out, but I can understand it. Look at him. He's pretty.
That indeed, he is Life Weaver, but I mean, for my money, the names that I'm focusing on are Onion and Senna. Senna has been in the marginalized gender community for so incredibly long, and there is a big reason for it. I remember Senna from almost a year ago, the old Altiora Trailblazers tournaments from around original first season CGL. And then you have Onion, an incredible support player. So a stacked support lineup and a DPS lineup to boot. We'll have to see. I'm not too familiar with this tank from the Drainers, so we might see a little bit of some new spice, something new that the Drainers are cooking.
Well, I mean, if we see more Wrecking Ball, I should certainly say that would be spicy. I would be surprised. I'd be surprised. I mean, the Roadhog I can see as he doesn't tend to get much value in coordinated play like we saw in the last series, but the Wrecking Ball doesn't tend to get much value in any state of play. As we look at Rainbow Road, though, we can take a skeet at maybe what they are favoring. I would imagine we're not going to be seeing too much Wrecking Ball. Oh, okay, I got baited. There it is, the only hero that doesn't change. We're still seeing the Mercy and the Moira. I know Echo, our producer, was very fond to see another Moira lover. Alongside that Mei and that Ashe, I mean, again, these are just players' favorite heroes. It's not necessarily indicative of what they're going to play, but a Mei-Ashe rollout could be kind of similar to what we saw last time. We were talking about the difference between the Ashe versus the Sojourn, and the Ashe has that immediate damage potential. There's no build-up time. Sojourn, she comes into the fight having to build up to her rail shot. Ashe doesn't have that same kind of barrier, but doesn't necessarily have the same kind of immediate kill potential in terms of that 195 damage the rail shot is doing as opposed to just the 150 on the, what is it, Viper? I believe that Ashe's gun is called.
I think
Looking
so,
at the balls, though, the Wrecking Balls, that's the hero that I'm not expecting. That's the hero I'm not expecting at all.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it a few times before, but name a time that you have seen in pro play a Wrecking Ball get value.
Amen.
I was about to add in Overwatch 2.
Okay.
In Overwatch 2, when have you seen a Wrecking Ball get value? I've seen some people play Wrecking Ball, and I've seen it.
Yeah,
They sure tried, and they're sure incredibly skilled on that hero.
it
I
does
think
feel
Wrecking Ball
unfair.
is incredibly Yeah,
It's just like he's so difficult to like really master. He's one of those heroes that just you can put so much time and energy into it, and there's so many little techs and tricks that you can do. Like I've tried to make Wrecking Ball work on my own time. It's ugly, okay? That hero is really difficult, and it doesn't feel like you're really getting your money's worth when you go for it, because it's just almost always better to just run something like a Winston or a Doomfist. Right? If you're trying to play that dive disruption style, there's just better options for it. I've seen some really nice Wrecking Balls, but it gets shut down just a little bit too effectively. Even if you just have one person swap into something like a Cassidy or like a Sombra, bully the Wrecking Ball with cooldowns alone, and it's like, okay, you don't get to play the game anymore, which sucks to be on the receiving end of, but that's the risk you take when you play this hero. Again, I want to reiterate, I don't expect this hero. I'm fully willing to eat my words if I see 2 Wrecking Balls come out on either side of the map here as we go over to Nepal. However, I would... Okay, I'm not necessarily rich enough to put money on it, but if I was, I'd put at least a little on no Wrecking Ball.
yeah. I mean, and like we were saying there with those Wrecking Balls, as you look, especially with where the game is now, with Sombra recently being buffed in a way that makes playing a Wrecking Ball into Sombra a death sentence. You're gonna try and play a Wrecking Ball when you get hacked and you are scuttling around like the saddest of crabs of all of nature's kingdom for 3 full seconds, while every single gun on the enemy team is now pointed at you and they're gonna use every single cooldown at you. You're not surviving. That's a solid objection. Nuh-uh from me. That's just it's not gonna happen.
It really is the key thing. He loses.
It really is.
Like, because obviously in ball form, no headshot hitbox, right? Can't be crit. But locking him out of being able to get into that safety for 3 full seconds, no ability to trigger your adaptive shields for 3 full seconds, and also the immediate damage that you take from the EMP still. I think it's only at 30% now, but regardless, you're chunked through all of your usual survivability tools so instantly as soon as that EMP comes up. Maybe you're not having to deal with one every fight, but you would expect reasonably to deal with one every other fight, and it's just... It makes playing the Wrecking Ball not worth it, when there's so many heroes that can so effectively just shut him out of all the value that he's trying to get, all of the survivability that you usually expect. Doomfist and Winston, maybe they don't have easier times of it, they're still vulnerable. However, they can play around that initial EMP setup that little bit easier, right? They can try and bully that Sombra in the neutral a little bit more than the Wrecking Ball can. Wrecking Ball is just too vulnerable. Too vulnerable in the neutral, too vulnerable in the ult fights. Even the minefield can get cleaned by the EMP at the same time as you get that Wrecking Ball killed. It's just... No. No. Fake hero. Don't like it. If I see a good Wrecking Ball, I'll be overjoyed. But no, I don't think we'll be seeing that. I think we've waffled on about the Wrecking Ball enough, to be honest. We do have the teams having Discord issues, so we do have to do a little bit of waffling. But
yeah. It looks like we are going to have to cut to a quick break because we're still having those Discord issues. You know, I didn't knock on wood hard enough. I'm so sorry. We will be back really quick with map 1. I promise you guys, we will be back. So help me, Aaron Keller.
Wrecking Ball.
We will be back. So help me, Wrecking Ball. We will be back. See you shortly. We'll be back. I told you we were going to be back. We were
immediately
back so
after we hit that
quickly.
BRB screen. the teams were like, yeah, we're ready now. So that's nice,
Yeah.
actually.
Sometimes that's just how it goes. Sometimes it's really, the teams are gonna ready up as soon as we go to break. Oh goodness, oh gracious, Willow, that's.
I mean, I was ready to waffle, honestly. I could have gone for a little bit more waffling. I've been denied my waffling time, and now I'm upset. We've only got 5 seconds before we get these heroes coming through. A little bit of teasing still, okay? It's not going to be the heroes that they run. I'm almost certain of it, okay? There's going to be at least one swap. Oh, look at that! The coordination of the contender skins. That's nice. Symmetra not synced up with the team, but that's alright. Candy, let's get in fashion. That's not the style.
Fair enough, as New York NYXL Drainers showing this Pharah from Senna, which could be coming out. Does switch onto the Symmetra, but that could just be to switch out of spawn. The teleports there are going to switch on to the Tracer, their signature hero. And Rainbow Road on the Ramatra as they roll out. Point presence being taken by the Drainers, as Rainbow Road just chases them off without even a word in edgewise, as the Drainers just kind of jumping around from point to high ground. And that's a big pick onto Claire from Ali and Senna to follow up. 2 picks, and NYXL are in a solid place. NYXL Drainers, pardon. There you go, all dressed up.
We were talking in the last series about the matchup of like the Ramatra composition versus the dive composition, and when we see a team of Drainers caliber, they are able to pounce on those little opportunities that the Baptiste provides by being just slightly out of position that much easier. And it's going to be something that Rainbow Road, despite having, in my opinion, the better composition, they're going to have to play into this and be hyper aware of the fact that even just the slightest misposition, if they're not grouped up on top of each other, it's just going to give Drainers an easy opening to try and take some out early in the fight.
Yeah, and already there you have Ali jumping in onto the back line, using that root to stay up. Luna goes very low, but will be safe just for now. Anti onto Cat, but not in the follow-up. Nano coming in, but it's X10 getting taken down. Ali with the Nano jumping into the back line, but Cat is chasing down the Ana and will take them down. The Lucio next to fall. And there you have it. Drainers trying to keep alive this point, but that will get flipped quickly. 53% for the Drainers.
Both the Nano and the Primal lose that fight from the Drainers, only for it to go away from them anyway. Having the Ana caught out on the low ground like that and just able to be punished by the Ramatra, the Sleep Dart missed as well, a rare occurrence to see from Onion. It's just, the Ram just gets to walk on so free in that situation. Early Blizzard from Kuno on the high ground to try and punish this Winston, immediately followed up on, but you trade out your Lucio at the same time.
But Boryu goes down, Claire taken out. It's just Onion on the support, but Rainbow Road are still holding on to point. Senna gets hit with the headshot. Kuno just hits the blinking Tracer in the middle of the shot. What an incredible play from Kuno to keep Rainbow Road in this. They take out Ali in the beat to sustain Boryu trying to escape Cat's fury, and will do so successfully.
X10 trades out their overclock for Finopi's sound barrier, which isn't bad, but when we're looking at the compositions we're running here, you don't have like a Blizzard that you'd usually want to try and bait out that beat with. Finopi taken out completely this time though, and immediately traded back as X10. We're looking at the sound barrier that Drainers could use aggressively here as we tick up to 70%.
Kuno's gonna get taken out, and there's the immortality field. Candy trying to stay alive and is immediately taken down. That ult can do nothing for them. Overclock just burnt at the stake, and Rainbow Road is dashed on the rocks.
80% they managed to get to, just one fight territory for them now, and they still have both the Amplification Matrix and the Annihilation. They can try and build up to a Pulse Bomb first as well in the poke if they want to take it. X10 off the Sojourn and onto the Echo. Poryu did use the Sound Barrier aggressively in that fight, but we're going to have a Nano Boost and a Primal Rage for the Drainers going into this next. It really is anyone's game at the moment, roughly equal in terms of ult advantage, but we're looking for that opening pick, and that's something that the dive composition just has that slight advantage with now that they have control of the point.
And with one fight remaining, either of these teams, depending on how they take it, there's the aggressive push from Cat. They can't let the Drainers get their positioning, but Claire's gonna get taken down early with the anti-nade coming in from Onion, and Candy taken out as well. There's the Nano. Claire onto the Moira to get back a little bit faster. Great boop from Finopi just to stay alive, but it'll just be icing on the cake as the point flipped over to Rainbow Road. NYXL Drainers are not out of these woods just yet, as they're gonna lose for you. They're gonna lose Cat and Finopi from Rainbow Road. 2 quick picks, and Allie there with the Primal Rage to disrupt and send them into round 2. 193 NYXL Drainers take round 1.
Rainbow Road do manage to find the flip during the tail end of that fight, but more importantly, Drainers don't expend every ultimate they have. They still hold on to the Primal Rage, knowing that they can just use that to clean up the fight. We were looking at the Baptiste setting up for that amplification matrix, but again, as your Ramattra goes in to try and contest the point with Annihilation, it leaves your Baptiste alone, which gives Drainers a much more easy dive target to get on top of. They don't have to worry about that constantly ticking Annihilation damage, and it's Rainbow Road who have to take the initiative to gress onto the point in the first place. Window gets dropped, but the Baptiste immediately antied and just wiped out by that Winston Tracer dive. It really was an unfortunate situation as well, with the Echo being able to, the Echo swap coming through, being able to contest that high ground that little bit more effectively. Going over now onto Sanctuary, or Sanctuary? Yes. I suddenly doubted myself remembering Busan. We're going to be seeing the poke compositions come through from Rainbow Road this time, and matched by NYXL going over to the Ramattra this time.
Yeah, but the Ramattra is going to be really looking to get in the face of this comp. And there you go. That's exactly what you want to see, as Ali pushing through, taking this aggressive corner. Cat just trying to push through that shield, using the kinetic grasp. But, oh, it's Onion the first to get taken down with a headshot. Kuna has landed some massive ones. It's going to take a second. And Rainbow Road will keep it rolling. And they'll take round 2 at this point.
Especially when the Sojans have had a chance to build up to their own rail shots. It's not usually the Mei you expect to get those kinds of picks to open up the fight, but that 150 critical damage is nothing to scoff at. Rainbow Road, they're going to be at 90% for Amplification Matrix as well, for the amount of sustain they're able to throw into Cat on the Sigma. That is the one disadvantage that this Sigma has going into the Ramattra. Once the brawl starts with these 2 hybrid compositions, the Ramattra is just that more effective when we're looking at the Baptistes to make sure that Sigma stays up. Amplification Matrix is up and ready, but unfortunately Cat's been walled off early.
Early amp comes in from Claire Onion, coming up onto hers as well, but Senna and Poryu gonna get taken down immediately off of it. And then the wall comes through to keep Ali in the corner. Amplification Matrix comes out from Onion, trying to turn around this fight, as is the Annihilation. Aggressive ults use Blizzard from Kuna to freeze up Ali to take out the annihilating Ramattra. And NYXL Trainers have had the script completely flipped on them, and they lose that fight with a big invest.
It's just these picks at the start of the fight that catch them out each time. You're maybe looking at Rainbow Road thinking, did they need to invest the sound barrier there? Was that necessary? But they're still going into the next fight with both Flux and Overclock. Drainers don't have a response yet. Poryu's still building up that sound barrier. X10 wants to take it early with the Overclock though.
X10 trying to take the off angle, but Cat is just going down main, gonna slam Ali to the floor, and the point's gonna get flipped, but only for a few seconds by Poryu, just trying to get their team a little bit of time, as Kuna's gonna get taken out, but that'll be it for NYXL. Oh, they get X10 down. That's potentially really big for Rainbow Road.
I mean, we saw Poryu go over to the objective there to try and flip it over and force Rainbow Road back, but more importantly, isn't there to amp healing for the other remaining members of Drainers. Doesn't build up the sound barrier in time. They still have to go into an amp matrix now. Drainers have the support ultimates and the Blizzard to use, but Rainbow Road don't have to win this fight. They can just play it slow.
That they do. There's the beat coming in to counter out this window. Really risky play from Cat, playing right on the edge. Oh, Lucio's trying to find some cheeky boobs, but it's Candy and Claire to go down with that Blizzard, as Senna comes alive for NYXL Drainers.
this was the fight that Draeners needed to win. They even managed to hold on to their own amplification matrix. Rainbow Road, they did have Kuna go over to the Soldier briefly to get back to the point in time, now goes back over to the Mei, so both teams roughly equal on Blizzard Charge, but Draeners are going to have the advantage for Amp Matrix, as well as having the Annihilation and the Overclock building up. Rainbow Road have to push now into a brawl condition with the Sigma. As long as Draeners keep up the pressure, Rainbow Road aren't going to have an easy inroad here.
They really aren't. They have the beat, but they need to save these for this big ult they're going to come through. There's the Flux from Cat, needs some picks, but the Immortality Field is there early. Annihilation from the Draeners, countered out by the beat wall to split the team in half as Cat goes in aggressive, pushing through the window. Vinopi goes down. The slow from Senna causes Cat to just walk off the map. No way, indeed, Cat. And Rainbow Road has plummeted to earth.
That is so sad. That is a real Lakitu moment right there. That is unlucky. I mean, they're going to be coming up on ultimates. They're going to have the Amp Matrix, the Blizzard, and the Overclock, but Draeners, they still have this win condition of just being able to hold close. Cat now over onto the Ramatra, decides that the Sigma isn't going to be it, and I agree, but it's last fight territory, 10% left and ticking. You've still not got an ult on the board.
Yeah, they're gonna get the Amplification Matrix and Candy immediately after you say that. So it's gonna be down to Candy versus X10, as X10 nearly getting moved off the map, gonna use his ult, and gonna take out Candy early, but the point, oh, Willow, the point. As NYXL Draeners will claim map 1, we are left with but 2 letters. Well, a letter and a number. C9.
Yeah, we were looking at the setup for the overclocks, but both the Sojourn just trying to play it really slow. Obviously, that's fine if you're on the defender's side. You don't have to take that fight fast, but you're looking for initiation on the side of Rainbow Road. You have to try and flip this on its head if you want to get that advantage, and yeah, unlucky. The Sojourn is the first to go out, so that ultimate that you'd been building up to, no longer available. They did have the Amp Matrix, but at that point, what are you Amp Matrixing? You don't have the Sojourn window, you don't have the time to be able to find a position properly. We were mentioning, yeah, sure, they find it almost immediately after when you've got 10% left, but you're still not even pushed through choke at that point. You have to get that window in position if you're wanting to find value with it. And it was finding that position that cost them the round in the end, because the position they had for the window was not on the objective, which is very unfortunate indeed. Draeners, we were expecting them to be able to come out on top in this. We knew that they were going to be the strong team, just like Vancouver Titans Blue were the strong team last time, but showing that they are proficient not just on these dive compositions, but also on this Ramatra brawl. Forcing Cat off the Sigma onto Ramatra, I think, is a really good sign. I do think the Sigma is weaker now with the recent changes to both Ramatra's poke and Sigma's shield regeneration that just tip that matchup a little bit more in the Rams' favor. I think if NYXL Draeners are able to keep up this level of not just being able to show skill in one composition, but across compositions and across maps, it is going to put them very firmly with a foot forward in this series and into the rest of the tournament itself.
Agreed, but you can't overlook this matchup right here, because we saw some pretty solid play from Rainbow Road on that second round there. We saw Rainbow Road kind of take NYXL Draeners to task for a little bit, just having a bit of struggle. The only reason that the Draeners were able to come back from that was that they won multiple fights in a row, basically with a round 3 at their backs. That was a tough time for them, so I don't think you can look past Rainbow Road just yet, because they might just have something more to say as they take us to our next map. They do have that map choice, so I think it's very possible that we see a map 3 here, especially with Rainbow Road getting the map choice.
I think as well with Cap making that adjustment of, we don't want to run the Sigma anymore. We understand that we like this composition, but we don't want to run the Sigma, we want to run the Ramatra instead. That's a good sign leading into these next few maps, potentially. I think, honestly, Rainbow Road probably could have taken Sanctuary there if they'd started on the Ramatra. Like we said, as soon as NYXL Draeners had control of the point, they had that immediate brawl win condition, because Rainbow Road have to push out of that little small room just out of their own spawn point. That's just, it's very difficult for a Sigma to do. They had the Flux, but we could see it was immediately responded with a wall and with an Amp Matrix to defend and with an Annihilation. It's just, there's too much to chunk through in that moment, unless you've also got something to follow up with it. I think if they started on the Ramatra, we probably would have seen going into a map 3 right now on Nepal. Going over to Village, I don't know as I'd necessarily put that same weight on Rainbow Road's composition going forward. But hey, you know, I would be happy to be wrong. Like you said, they were close submaps. 90, I think, on the 99 on the first, and then going over to 89 on the second. Rainbow Road are definitely pushing Drainers perhaps a little bit more than I was expecting, at least if nothing else. And as we go over to their own map pick, they're not going to have to play into that disadvantage of, hey, you're just stuck with Nepal for this one, right? No one gets to choose it. As we do go over to King's Row,
The one, the
I
only.
reckon. Well, you know, teams love it. Casters, over the course of their career, start to love it, and then they start to hate it more and more and more and more and more. However, I think we can probably expect that Ramatra composition mirror to come through. Realistically speaking, I don't think Rainbow Road take you to a map like Kings if they are actually trying to play a dive instead.
Now, we're not going to see what we saw from Yippee Carry. Rainbow Road, as we get to the Assemble Heroes phase, are going to be hovering the Ramatra, whereas NYXL Drainers on the defense with a more sure composition. Now, what did I just say there, Willow? Did I just say that we're not going to be seeing a dive? Because I'll tell you what I'm seeing from NYXL Drainers, and that is a big old Winston comp with
I
the
wasn't expecting
Ana
the
Kira
dive
backline.
from Rainbow Road. Okay, the Rainbow Road dive is the one I wasn't expecting. I'll admit, I also wasn't expecting the Drainers dive, especially when you're playing this on defense. It is very easy to just get snowballed on your defensive position here and find yourself with a 5-minute time bank going into second if you're Rainbow Road. However, it does offer them much more control of the high ground that they will now be able to play around. It's just a matter of, if the Ana gets isolated out by Kuna's Maywalls, this could be a very quick first point for Rainbow Road, and yeah, it looks like they're going to be committing to this composition. I like it. I think it is the stronger one at this point in time, especially with X10 on the Ash, who's not going to have those rail shots built up for mid-fight.
Good rotation and a good shot from Kuna. Kuna on this mate is elite with that Maywall to block off the Ana and the headshot to take out X10. Kuna is denying heals and taking out anyone they can find. As a big anti's gonna come through. Could be the turnaround for the Drainers. And there you have it. 2 picks. Candy and Claire both gonna go down. And there's another pick. And NYXL Drainers just have miracles in their blood.
Or are you just somehow able to survive despite being out of position and with a May on them the entire time? I'm maybe looking at Kuna to think like, okay, the icicle shots are sick, but I just need you to be doing that 100 damage per second right now, okay? The beam is there for a reason. It's good and it's safe and you can't miss with it very easily, alright? You just needed to uproot the Kiriko there, but the attention of Rainbow Road was split, and for Drainers, that means a dive condition. Even though they lose the Ash early, it actually just means that X10 gets to switch over to the Sojourn and play the stronger hero going into the rest of this point now. That should have been a nice fight for Rainbow Road with it being so prolonged, but instead they're going to now have to play it slow, force themselves up onto the high ground and play a really long rotation yet again. Already a minute ticks down.
Yeah, a minute and a half gone, and Finopi and Claire both get taken out immediately on the rotation. And now they're trapped. They can't even try and like save Private Lion. They just have to die on point. X10's gonna get taken down, but there's enough time for them to get back.
You don't have you don't have the Lucio speed to try and make sure that your Sojourn gets back quick. But that that power slide is going to be able to make sure the Sojourn is not too far out of position. And it's Drainers coming up on 5 ultimates right now. Rainbow Road, they're still trying to build up to just 1. Maybe Kuna's Blizzard going to be coming in this fight. The Pulse Bomb does manage to take out the ammo field. It gets Finopi incredibly low with that anti-heal, but it's the resource burn that's out. X10, regardless, is the first to go down.
Kitsune rush in from Poryu. That is NYXL Drainers with all the power in the world. Gonna shred through the May and the rest of Rainbow Road. A minute and a half remaining on the clock, and a stagger onto Cat. Means the Rainbow Road are in a tough spot.
Claire going over onto the Moira now as well. This is usually something you see coupled with a Reaper, but with Candy still at 80% for the overclock, maybe not wanting to make that full composition swap, or maybe just liking the look at the Moira. We did see that it was their favorite hero. Drainers only had to invest Rush and Pulse Bomb that fight, and Senna already 60% to the next Pulse Bomb. 1 minute left for Rainbow Road. They have to start using some of these ultimates that they're building up to.
They have to, and they need a clean engage. They can't just keep getting picked off on the rotations like they have. But a lot of ult's gonna be used in this fight. Candy going very low, a big wall coming out from Kuna to keep Ali away. Nope, finally going to go down. That's the first pick, crucial. Candy gone, Annihilation invested down too for Rainbow Road. They believe Blizzard as well. Off in no man's land. No one frozen up there, and Kuna gonna get taken down. The sleep, the beat lands onto 2 targets, and that's it. Finopi gonna get burst down with the ult from X10. That was mystifying there from Rainbow Road, and they will not get even a single tick. Oh, that was brutal ult usage, and just NYXL Drainers coming in with incredible stuff there. Wow.
Hey, there is a little bit of Wrecking Ball. The Wrecking Ball doesn't even get to be objective, okay? It doesn't count. No, I mean, let's talk about the good. Alisu literally just ran circles around both the Annihilation and the Blizzard. That leap cooldown is something that Rainbow Road should have been tracking if they wanted to try and isolate the Winston with that, but being able to just jump away from the Ram, and then the Mei goes, oh, well, that's fine, I can Blizzard this, and then just jumps away from the Mei as well. It's, an unfortunate look for Rainbow Road, indeed. Ultimates that they should have had and been able to at least just stack on top of each other. Instead, they get invested when they're already down 2. They could have backed out there. They had 40 seconds left on the clock. They could have just taken a quick death, but I think realistically it's a much more systemic problem than that. The rotations from Rainbow Road are just too long. They keep floating around the objective instead of forcing the fight onto it. They're not doing a good enough job of shutting down Onion, who's just displaying nade after nade here to try and find these initiations for the dives. Alisu, X10, and Senna all just finding their own respective picks, as Rainbow Road are not playing clumped enough to be able to punish these dives that come in on top of them. I think if Rainbow Road wanted to try and stick on that Ramattra composition, they had to start looking at a way of cutting down their rotation times, or if they were going to keep rotating, they had to play so much closer together and just almost make a beeline for the point. You have that poke potential, right? You're playing the Ramattra with the Sojourn. You don't have to be entirely scared of Drainer's own poke. Maybe they get a nade on you, but if you're able to just sustain through that with Lamp, you can just look to try and play for a more open fight where the Winston can't as easily engage into those tight rooms. Either way, it's going to be the dive mirror coming through now. Sinners does start out on the Widowmaker. Interested to see if they'll stick on that. Maybe going to be looking for that Kiriko at the moment. We're walking towards the point with it right now. This is a very aggressive play for the Widow to take, but you only have to get 1 tick. Player almost loses their head.
Yeah, Senna really playing aggressive with this Widow. Usually you only see it as a spawn peek, as Ali gonna jump in onto point, facing off against his Winston of Cat, gonna get antied. Candy goes down, Cat low, Kuna, Cat gone. And NYXL Drainers are not messing around. They came to play, they came to win, and they will do just that. A quick 2-0 for NYXL Drainers. I mean, Rainbow Road, they showed some signs of life with that Nepal game, but the Kings Row belongs to the Kings, or should I say the rulers, NYXL Drainers.
Let's get back to basics.
It's an interesting map pick to take if you're Rainbow Road. I would have expected, oh my word, that's just...
Wow.
The prediction as well, like, oh yeah, the Tracer's gonna blink in. I'll just sit here and wait. I mean, you don't have to push the Surge forward, you're just playing for overtime, but man. That was very clean indeed. Kings Row, it's a map that if you're feeling comfortable on and you've scrimmed a lot, which every team has, it's like the map that you scrim, then I can understand why you'd take NYXL Drainers to it, but at the same time, if we're playing Kings Row like that, I would expect these rotations to be a little bit cleaner. It felt like they were trying to come up with a different route that they wanted to take every single time instead of having a clean, okay, we know what we want to do, here's our win condition, right? Here's the angle that we want to take to try and push out Onion from that high ground on the Honor. They're not running a sim, so they don't have the TPs. They're running the Lucio, but it feels like they're not getting quick enough on the rotations to avoid getting picked off early. It's just... And on the side of Drainers, we have to commend there on the opposite side. It's easy when you see a map like that to think, oh, Rainbow Road just didn't play that particularly well. But Drainers, they played that phenomenally. We were talking on Nepal about it was very close, and they were struggling to find those openings. On Kings Row, they did not have any difficulty at all. They were finding those openings left, right, and center, just immediately picked and picked and picked. It was just a field day for them, I feel like, and yeah, they've put themselves very comfortably in that top spot alongside Vancouver Titans Blue as saying, hey, we are the two teams you want to be watching out for, right? We are the teams that are going to be playing for that top seed coming out of our group stage, and for Rainbow Road, they're now going to be putting their foot forward and saying, all right, against teams like Yippee those are the ones we're now going to be struggling for to make sure that we don't get eliminated in the round robin.
Completely. And one of the things I want to bring up there is how Drainers were playing, how the NXL Drainers were playing. They found those openings incredibly well. I think back to, about 2 minutes and 30 seconds into that attack where Rainbow Road were trying to go all the way around, get to the high ground rotation, and just incredible dive play from NYXL Drainers to pick off 2 targets with such precision.
Yeah.
This wasn't a separation of someone was up on far high ground and someone was in spawn. This was, they didn't jump across the gap at the same time. They die. And that's exactly what happened. Is they were just a little bit separate and they got picked off for it. They just had to play perfect, and perfect isn't what they got there. They just couldn't be that death ball. And there you have it. It was all Drainers all day. But that's going to do it for us for today, at the very least, because we're going to be handing it off to 2 incredible casters. We're going to be handing it off to Tiny Shiny and Chef Billy. So, thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be taking a quick break so we can get those 2 in and get us situated as we move forward into the second half of the 5 match Swiss stage. So we will see you in just a few moments with some new faces on the desk. So don't go anywhere, don't change the Twitch channel, because we will be right back.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
Bitch,
y'all are feeling warm and cozy out there because dang, it's cold outside. We're back with the KunoichiCGL tournament today. Third and fourth matches of our round robin stage still yet to come. Tiny Shiny Chef Billy, walk you through them. And oh, Billy, we have got ourselves a treat as we get ready to move into match number 3. We've been looking at our group 2 matches today. Now we're gonna go over to group 1. Microwave will take on the Weird Squad, and there's actually quite a bit to unpack, especially when you look at this first roster.
I mean, Microwave just took third in the Calling All Heroes Major just a couple weekends ago. You were casting that. You got a chance to see them. And you know who else we get to see is the CGL alum Ramosu, also known as Zoe. Genji extraordinaire, absolutely lit it up. And I mean, really, Microwave came out of nowhere for this last major and absolutely thrilled me. I was watching, I was sick, and I was like cheering in my bed. Oh my God, go! And so this is just absolutely going on. You know who else is really good on this team is Aramori. Aramori is one of those supports that, man, if you can catch them to your roster, you're going to be absolutely fine. The Crimzo connection definitely there. And I tell you what, I think they sharpen each other's steel seriously with how good they are. So, and Mari, they're in the tank department, really showed me some class this past major at the Calling Hero. Oh my God, so good! And so, I mean, Microwave is one of our favorites here to take the whole Kunoichi Kocoa title here. So, as we take a look at our second team, the Weird Squad, or the Odd Squad, the Weird Squad, coming in here. Nari, Harlequin, Sammy, Stargaze, and Miss Pineapple. And I think that I might be in love with their logo. That is adorable, and I need to have it yet.
Oh my goodness. I love that. And it's purple! The best color. Oh. They just want us to cheer for them. That's how it works. I mean, the Weird Squad, the oddballs that you could call them, and you really can't call them that, to be totally honest. These guys have been around the scene for quite some time, especially like when I look at players like Nari, who has bounced around from various Calling All Heroes teams, has made appearances, and has managed to finish within that top 8 before. So while they may not have an incredibly established name as we look at compared to a roster such as Microwave, they've proven to be able to hold their own and are going to be looking to take down arguably one of the toughest opponents that they have in their current group 1. And of course, we're going to stick with our same format that we've been going with all of this time. It is still a 1st to 2. Starting off on Control, that map shall be set up. We have seen both Busan and Nepal. Time to move it down to where it is the absolute cold is perfect for this tournament, if you ask me, Billy. Antarctic Peninsula.
Right now, it's kind of warm because they're heading into summer. Actually, summer is like a couple days away. Down in the South Pole. But it definitely gives us the chilly vibes that we need. And of course, we all know that there are 3 different ways that you can get around this sub-maps of Antarctic Peninsula. My favorite map, of course, is anything with the penguins, but also I like Icebreaker. Icebreaker is my favorite map out of the 3. I think it gives you the most room to move around. The other 2 sub-levels and labs, kind of claustrophobic for me. It feels like you're throwing a plate of spaghetti at the point. And you gotta just, make your way on there. So, you know what? For me, I hope that we get to see the penguins. Our beautiful director right now, Echo, hopefully we'll have penguin cam. Well, not this time. Well, maybe there's a chance to see a penguin. I don't know. And no, you cannot Malga right now.
No, Malga. Mari, it's too soon. Malga is not ready for you to grace him with your presence. It's too soon, too soon. For now, you're going to go ahead and stick with this. Ramantra was actually found an interesting place in this meta that has been evolving so far, taking the place of a hero that would normally be like a Reinhardt or an Orisa. You would even think that maybe that primary change was relatively minor. These teams clearly seem to disagree with that. Ramantra has been a staple as of late.
Ramantra, kind of indirectly buffed here by some of the nerfs that have happened to the other ones. Namaga, immediate annihilation to his kid. Huge here, and you know what? We're gonna be looking for a Ramsey right here to be able to cordon off and really section off this Weird Squad team. We know how deadly accurate they are. The May is gonna be a huge factor here.
From either side is on Harley Quinn or Ramsu to find an isolation. Once these Nemesis forms are pushed out, that's where it's gonna come in. Sammy has to go through a defensive wall where Harley's Quinn was incredibly aggressive, and she's gonna end up getting caught out and punished. Sammy has to run for the hills, but she's not making it. The fists of Mari are there to greet her, giving her a first-class ticket back towards those spawn rooms. Michael Wave looking to claim the high ground here. I love how patiently that they ended up taking that first fight, Billy.
I love it. I mean, it's just aggression. It's also the Moira. That's a little bit of a problem, even though look at that ult charge. Holy cow, Stargaze. Woo! Getting it done with a blend of damage and healing. But for me, I mean, they're going to have a coalescence. They're going to be able to push on the back of this Tiny.
They can take this fight as fast as they would like to, but oh, Harley Quinn's down again. That makes things a little bit more tricky. The coalescence still is going to come out. Death looking in the face of Death herself. This one, though, is named Stargaze. The coalescence trying to be there. Sammy can't squeak back around it. That is Ramsu single-handedly saving Michael Wave there from what could have been disaster.
I mean, the wall to deny the healing from the coalescence sends Sammy packing back to spawn, and now the annihilation is ready. And the late stagger on the Stargaze is going to mean that this push is dead before it ever is alive as we cross the 40% mark. Blizzard ready to go for Ramsu. My God, the old generation from Microwave is absolutely disgusting.
How does this happen? I mean, Michael Wave have been so far ahead in terms of these ultimates. You can see how disciplined and experienced they are when it comes to the way that they're taking these fights. The boom comes out from the top. What a play there. Scarlet starting this fight much sooner than they wanted. Michael Wave maybe caught out and isolated, but Mari could care less into the deep with that annihilation form in tow. Grabbing one and the second support out of it. The Weird Squad have been struggling to get past Mori and Ramsu this entire time. They've been setting up this brick wall that is impassable.
A push there coming from Michael Wave. And I mean, they invest the overclock into it, so I think it's a win here for Weird Squad. I think that they just figured, you know, we can build it up a little bit faster, make sure that we confirm these kills going into the final fight. I mean, Sound Barrier ready to go for both sides. Sammy is going to have the annihilation ready to go into this fight, so you really got to time this barrier at the peak of the aggression.
You have to be able to get to the point first. That's your number one. Now that you have that, annihilation can come out, but you got to stay away from the Blizzard on the high ground. Weird Squad, they're going to take that point for free while dodging a Blizzard. You go ahead and take that trade any day of the week, as long as your Lucio lives. That's a sound barrier that we needed to see so much, Chef Billy. It doesn't even get a chance to come out as Michael Wave. They bowed their time and said, you guys can have the point. We're going to come right back in and steal it out from under your nose. That's going to be a flip back over the Weird Squad. They have one last player, the Lucio, coming to touch in. Ella, though, not making it anywhere near the objective. Michael Wave off to a strong start.
You know what Aramori is reminding me of right now, and I was watching this earlier today. Grimzo on Kings Row on their defense up against, I can't remember who they were playing. I think it was Timeless. Got 5 amplification matrices before they got to the Foundry. Aramori got 2 and actually held on to the second one for a minute. Probably could have gotten 3. So, my God, the healing output of Aramori right now is absolutely through the roof. The ult generation by Ramsu was like 60% ahead of Harlequin. Harlequin really needs to be cognizant of these walls. I think that they denied that Blizzard on the high ground. But, I mean, they need to be a lot more aggressive with these walls, trying to cordon off Mari from their team. And we're going to see the Junker Queen come out.
Ooh, Mari, one of her strongest heroes is this Junker Queen. Granted, she looked amazing on the Ramatra. This is honestly got to be even scarier for the Weird Squad to be facing off against. But again, same question comes. Can you manage to isolate the tank before she engages? Or Ramsu does it first? A dangerous spot for Sammy to be in. And look how much resources that's forced out. Not only in terms of the healing, but positioning. Stargaze is going to get punished from having to play right up, essentially, next to Sammy. And there's just not recovering from that. Once you lose your Moira, the sustain isn't possible. Sammy can go deep in, grab both supports, but the sustain, you don't have any. Mari can just stomp on you for days, and that's going to be Michael Wave taking cap.
I tell you what, Sammy actually impressed me in that fight, being able to use the Nemesis form and, you know, using the power block and then going in with the hands after that and just, you know, decided to throw it down. Unfortunately, that early wall that came out from Ramsu did so much to deny the healing. They were so low and still managed to stay in the fight despite it.
And that's got to be like one of the most amazing things here too, right? Is that, you know, they're managing to sustain through these fights, and the Weird Squad will be able to do that a little bit better having an Ana, but is that really going to be enough? A lot of teams favor the Baptiste here just because of the amount of burst healing and that immortality. You're not gonna have that with the Ana. You got the sleep darts, you got the bio nade, so Stargaze, she's got to be able to try to set something up here for Harley Quinn, throwing out this ice ball, but in fact, as they get aggressive, the icebox force early in death claims the lives of 2, only falling her to live on further. The overclock, the aim on this girl is insane. She's popping off.
I mean, Ramsey is actually getting a little bit overshadowed here by Death, and it was the other way. It was the other way around during the major. Death absolutely has the aim locked in. Now, dueling blizzards coming up.
Uh-oh. Things are about to get a lot chillier in the Antarctic Peninsula, more than you even thought, but the storm inside found in the Weird Squad. The blizzard's massive, but they overextend and try to commit. The trades are relatively even. Michael Wave still have the supports to go through, but that's quite literally all that they have to work with. If Scarlet and Aramori can continue to stall this one out a little bit longer, get to last fight, maybe okay, Aramori. Coming up with more, you force the annihilation. This is suddenly looking a lot better for Michael Wave to continue to fight this one out. Aramori going down, though, that will be inevitable for Flit. You gotta give credit, though, to both those supports for keeping this alive.
So, I mean, the fact that Ella does not have sound barrier online, this is going to be a very scary rampage coming through. The commanding shot's already out, though. So now's the time for you to reposition to get yourself back into the races. I say that. Martin just says, I'm just going to go ahead and win this fight on my own.
Oh, she's still going. That's the advantage into the backline. Excuse me? All right, Mari, we see you. We know how good you are on this Junker Queen. And the Weird Squad, I'm pretty sure they're starting to think the exact same things right now. Harley Kid's like, please no, let me live. Have mercy. Oh, the ice block. Oh, this is such an unfortunate spot for her to be. And this is going to be last fight. The Nano Boost came out just to do it. The nade from downtown Stargaze. That's a big opportunity. The Weird Squad do think it's all over, but Michael Wave, they got way too confident now. The Blizzard, though, you would have liked to hold on to that one, you do have to say.
Oh, yeah, that's why I grimace and groan, is that you let out that, oh, you had it in the back pocket, that's your win condition.
Just had to let it go.
Fight.
I make myself laugh. But can't really laugh in the face of death. I'm sorry. That's another overclock coming out. Got one, got a second in Stargaze. How are they allowed to get away with this, Billy? Death is just running over this team.
What?
This Sojourn is looking like a flat-out sniper here. One shot, one kill, and Michael Wave, just like that, are taking map 1.
I mean, American Sniper, hello. Put your put your levels up there. My God.
Woo.
Death absolutely deserves player of the game here. These shots. Look at that. I mean, just the aim. Just the recognition of where these players are at, and then that snap. The snap and the flick is just so clean. Absolutely massive work out of Death and company there. But I mean, for Mari, Mari really led the charge there for me. Still impressing me with their ability to take space and also their ability to just hold and command the attention of the rest of the team. So I think for the Weird Squad, this is going to be a bit of an uphill climb going into our next map. It is going to be their choice, so we'll see where they take us.
I mean, you always say that, Billy, but you know what? We've gone every single game today, and but where you might be sitting right now, it's like you knew, Billy. It's like you know. You're already there. You know.
I mean, I know. It's exactly how it is. I mean, most teams go with a comfort pick because they have some kind of strategy cooked up, or, you know, they feel comfortable there. They feel like they can win a fight or two and making sure that, you know, they keep themselves in the running. For me, I would go somewhere that's just completely unexpected because
honestly,
everybody's scrims row. There's a reason why it's called that. This is where I would actually try to flip the script. If you get boxed out in the first control map, it's first and 2. Why not take your chances and go somewhere that's not expected? That's my take on this. So we'll see what the Weird Squad decide to do as far as our next map.
Yeah, they will have that option to go out, but I mean, as you mentioned, a lot of these points, I can't really see a spot where Michael Wave is necessarily going to be uncomfortable. I want to take us back to the points you're making about Mari. She has been involved in the Calling All Heroes and Kunoichi scene ever since its introduction, and in my opinion, she's been the player far and above that I have seen improve just every single time, and now especially in this past major tournament, she's transcended to this level that, like, wow, she's considered among the best and is easily up there when it comes to that Junker Queen, the Ramatra, and even now the Doomfist and the Winston. She's so flexible with what she can play, and the team supports her so incredibly well that, Billy, even if you go to somewhere like a Paradiso or Midtown that perhaps you're not going to be as comfortable with playing a Brawl style comp, it's not like Michael Wave are going to be forced to change anything that they're not already familiar with.
I think that's why this is so important. That's why Calling All Heroes as a whole umbrella, with Kunoichi, with the minors, with everything else going on, I think that's why this is so important, is that we are looking at the player development. I mean, this is fostering as an environment where players can thrive, they can grow, and then, like you just said, they can transcend to that next layer of the elite. I mean, if you put Moving Fish up against Mari right now, I don't know who wins that matchup 9 times out of 10. It's going to go either way. And I think that Avery is another one from Fable.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That has really grown in this Calling All Heroes environment. Has absolutely upped their game. So, yeah, we are going to go to King's Row. So my background was absolutely perfect. I got a crystal ball. I'm all for it.
Hey, Billy, I'm gonna have to join you there one of these days, but fortunately, I don't have those plane tickets yet, so we're gonna have to go and observe through the eyes of our teams, King's Row, and I really hope we get the winter version, because that would only be fitting for our tournament here today. You know, King's Row, as we expected. Do you really expect many of these compositions to change moving forward? That's kind of what we're gonna be looking at the most. You know, whether it's the Junker Queen, the Ramatra. Granted, when we did see that Ramatra come out from the side of the Weird Squad, was it bad? No. But was it on the same level of synergy with the rest of their team compared to a team such as Michael Wave? Not really. And that's where a lot of these differences are going to be set. Michael Wave are a squad that's been playing and scrimming together for a lot longer than their opponents right now. And something like that is really going to show a difference here when you look at a map such as King's Row. They have to have the X factor, something crazy, to come out and change that. Speaking of something crazy, I see a diva on my screen.
There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's just damage mitigation, its ability to contest high ground. They're thinking that the Weird Squad may try to do a rotation up top. Try to go through the back alleys, do that LA Gladiator rotation. So you got vision, you got mobility, you've got a lot of mobility actually for Microwave. Really, Scarlet is the only one that's going to be slow. But you can use the shield bash to kind of get yourself out of a sticky situation, and hope that your tank peels back for you. I mean, you've got the swift step of Aramori as well. So I think that Scarlet's going to be just fine and dandy here. So we'll see how this mobile comp will go up against the Weird Squad. They do have Sammy back on this Ramatra, so I mean, you can't defense matrix those fists.
And that's where Mari's gonna have to be very careful. Is you got to be respecting the punches that Sammy pulls out, and you can't peel for your teammate. Scarlet is just stuck getting pummeled by Sammy. What a great identification of that player. They're seeing that nobody can come in to help Scarlet, so sorry, we're gonna go ahead and walk to you and turn you into a good old pancake. Michael Wave now down a support. They'll easily be able to re-engage, especially with Death having no one really to look at them on this high ground. Eventually dropping back on down, but with Mari demexed on the other side. Michael Wave, yes, they made some interesting changes, but you're just not going to be able to stop somebody like Sammy on this Ramatra without running a Ramir.
And Mari said their comp might be terrible. Yeah, you tried something and you got absolutely steamrolled. There is a contest coming in. Aramori landing the kunai is actually going to be able to contest this point.
That's big. Michael Wave now have an actual reason to continue this contest, not to mention Zoe holding on to a pulse bomb on the backside. Should she even need it? Nope, absolutely not. Death was still on the high ground that whole time, Billy. Absolutely insane to think about, as that player has been a constant thorn in the side of the Weird Squad.
I mean, Scarlet's sticking with the Brigitte here, so I mean, that's your basic fight. And kind of counter to what Ramatra's trying to do. You can kind of use the flail, you can use the shield bash to get him out. And now you've got this overclock online Weird Squad.
Wow.
Be very careful with your next immortality field.
Anytime this overclock has come out, someone's dead. And whether it is death or someone else, it's scary. It's a very scary thing to go ahead. And look! Oh, Stargaze hits the deck while they're barely, like, they're just trying to regroup in the spawn. The Weird Squad just swapped over.
Shot!
It doesn't matter. Oh, like, Death can't keep doing this. Somebody needs to stop them.
Well, Harlequin going over to the Symmetra, so maybe you're trying to do a little spy checking, a little bit of crowd control here with Tracer on, with Ramsu on this Tracer. I mean, the sentries get you on there, the teleport gets you behind, but they got now an early rush.
Michael Wave taking the initiative as per usual. Death isn't even with them right now. They have to run away. That's 4 support ults now for the Weird Squad. It's enough to punish Mori for how far ahead she was. And now the final challenger remains Death and the overclock, the shield, blocking the vast majority. They teleport to give them out of the way. With Scarlet falling, Scarlet was just way too far up. Death faces a long death, courtesy of that annihilation. And now Michael Wave, that will be them giving up the point. What turned out as an initiative fight, Billy, completely fell apart.
Yeah, and I mean, it was the fact that they got really aggressive and just walked in on Mari. Now, the fact is that they got the annihilation out. So, I mean, they can hold here. They can pester the members of the Weird Squad as they come out of spawn. And yeah, look at Aramo. He's just absolutely holding on to it. But what a shot from Mari to take them out.
Yeah, Nori gets our Mori down, and Ramsu didn't end up going for that pulse bomb. These are just big staggers. Think about where Michael Wade, how far back they're going to have to hold now. They can't hold at this choke anymore.
No, I mean, they actually could probably get a contest around the second corner here around the pub.
Yeah.
I mean, because you do have the swift step from Aramori, you do have the blinks to get Ramsu back in position. Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking at. They're looking to land a pulse bomb here from on high.
Yeah, Ramsu, very talented when it comes to these pulses. Who's going to land? It's going to be the tank who can easily just bolster that damage, make it seem like utterly nothing. Now, and so he's going to be working to find another elimination. Has no health, has no recall to work with. The overextension shall be punished. Michael Wave have to compensate for them being out of the fight, and the pressure has been put down onto Stargaze. Look how split the Weird Squad has been because of Mori pushing up, being aggressive, ignoring the tank essentially, putting all of this extra damage onto the squishies. Nothing can be done defensively about it, allowing Michael Wave to find the stabilization they need.
They're looking at this from 2 different angles. They're looking at it from a backside rotation, and then Mari in front just leading the charge. What? Mari is getting the work done. This is filthy coming out of Michael Wave.
This should not be allowed. This is crazy coming through, and I mean, the one thing that they're not is they're not incredibly disciplined with the positioning that they're taking. More often than not, they've been losing a player first, Billy, and that's a lot of a problem here, especially with the Junkers. I mean, you really need to have all 5 going up. The Kitsune Rush certainly will help you recover, forces that annihilation form, the anti-ing effect coming in. So many ultimates are being forced out of the Weird Squad. I don't even keep track of how many Qs. I think we're at 6 now total throughout this fight. We still have the opportunity for 4 more, but that's if they can weather the storm of the Blizzard annihilation together. Bunch of red on the screen, both in the kill feed and on the floor.
4 ultimates to win in the fight. There's still a chance for a recontest coming from Michael Wave here. I mean, you're looking at the overclock. You're looking at the pulse bomb. Pulse bomb, if it lands onto a squishy, and oh my God, why do you fade there? Okay, I mean, you're gonna get it back, but yeah, there's gonna be a contest here.
Yeah, no doubt there'll be a contest. Michael Wave have both DPS ults, and you have an opportunity to turn this one around, right? And I like to see the pulse bomb go out early, but Ramsu loses their life for it. It's on to Death now to land the shots, which you know they were capable of. That's 1 going down, looking for a second. Lucio dancing in the air. Ella hanging onto a sliver of HP right now, whereas Death is so far overextended. Weird Squad can easily turn around, look at them, and Michael Wave once again are finding themselves down in a fight where they came in with an advantage. Mari now, the one standing on the payload, proud and tall, not going to stand up to the width of Sammy, and just like that, 20 seconds on the clock, the Weird Squad may have one more chance. Nope, never mind.
Nari does take out Ramsu on the Tracer, so I mean, there's a chance for a touch. We'll see if they can get it.
5 seconds. Ideally, it's going to have to be Ella or Nari to come on through, neither of which are in sight. This is where the payload is going to stop. The Weird Squad, they managed to break through that first checkpoint. But thinking about the momentum that Michael Wave, the clutch factor that they have, Billy, you really need to question how holdable is this one going to be for them.
Well, I mean, as long as we don't come out with a wonky comp like they did during their first defense. I mean, it was bloody incredible. I mean, you know what? This is the opportunity to try out new things. So you're feeling confident. You're on it. Let's be honest. You're clearly the better team. There are moments where Weird Squad are actually really showing up and showing out, and I'm impressed with their fight back. Now, looking at Nari, I like the Tracer look, to be quite honest. I think that they've got a very good Sojourn. The Tracer, though, actually taking Ramsu out, that was very impressive. All headshots, just emptying a one clip on him. So there's stuff there. There's stuff there, and, well, look at this. We are going for maximum damage. You're going to have some, well, I said that. We're going to see a little bit more coming from them. I like this Reaper Sojourn look. Really going to take it to Mari. You know, you can wraith away to get out of the danger zone and teleporting. They might not be expecting it.
No, not yet. And, oh boy, and having the Reaper come out, honestly, as you said, Billy, that is a great idea to help punish Mari. We know how aggressive she can be. Sometimes I think she unbinds her S key, and that is something that is either working out very well for Microwave, but if you have this large output of damage, the Mei isn't getting it done, guess what? The Reaper can do just that, but it's going to depend on the positioning that they pull out. Nari traded out for Ramsu, the spawns being so heavily favored towards the attacks, plus a second on top of it. The defense already in shambles. Recovery looking pretty darn impossible. And you're going to have to go ahead and return with a potential opportunity to contest if Stargaze doesn't go down too late.
To get the fade out, and that's about it. Oh my god,
they're still going! They're not done.
Okay, yeah, this is done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first point. Done and dusted. It'll be what? 5:40 on the clock as we go through. And we're adding 2 points here. Nice little dance there. The La Seraphim dance is real. And 5:34 to get the payload moving. By the way, we are in the winter wonderland here of Kings Road. This is my favorite map in all of Overwatch, as you can tell by my background. We get the music. We get the holiday music here coming up on the 18th. A reminder of everybody that the winter event will start then. But these knives, Gracie is absolutely letting it fly right now, and they are feeling 100% confident.
Oh, I mean, even that axe was just disgusting to pull out. Mari's just so good at knowing the Junker Queen. They're best friends. I believe Junker Queen is quite literally her Discord tag, and I can see why. She is one of the Junker Queen. The Junker Queen is one with her, though. This choke point can be very difficult to break through. You got the sound barrier to do it. You'll have this overclock and rampage coming up shortly. Do you even need it though? Stargaze, main support out of the picture. Sammy needs to go in, trays it out, does more than that, gets 3. I'm sorry, Sammy.
Oh, hello,
wait, everyone's a punching bag out here in the face of this Ramatra. Weird Squad, just what they needed.
Oh my god, let's go! Let's go! Okay, that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see this fight back. I love it. I love it. So now they've got all the chips in their corner. But Ramsu is gonna have their blade coming up. I'm looking at it too. I'm just gambling here.
What's not to love about this gameplay? It sure makes you smile and happy. Except for all of these colors really hurt my eyeballs. Mari, why not add another on top of it? Purple, certainly the favorite of the day. And
no way.
He'll keep them alive in this fight. Michael Wave, there's no way that they survive this. Surely, Billy, what in the world? It totally looked on as soon as Annihilation came out, but here they are, standing on their feet.
I mean, you know, now that I think about it, I've never seen this interaction, but the Rampage actually completely devalues the Annihilation. Those tendrils ain't gonna get you back up on the health, buddy, because you can't, because you're anti. And now, the Blade is the only thing standing here for Michael Wave. Nari's gonna have to be the hero that the Weird Squad needs. Love your faces, but I think you're in serious trouble here, my friends.
Oh man, this is rough. I mean, Weird Squad, what do you have to work with? Both your DPS ultimates, that's it. Nori has to land a shot, and that's the perfect one. Aramori is down and dealt with. Michael Wave, though, they're not one to give up if they're down one. It's gonna take two, specifically Mori, to force them to head back to that spawn.
Well, I like the aggressiveness. I like the aggression coming out from it. They were very decisive in that fight. One ultimate gets it done, and now you've got this Blossom online. You don't have the beat. You're gonna have the immortality field, but that's just about it. So, for Weird Squad, this is gonna be a bit of a look here for them. I hope that they can live through this upcoming transgression.
It's gonna be a sneaky play going on up. Did they not see Scarlet? They don't see Scarlet. Oh my gosh, how is she alive? There's literally 5 of them there. She's crazy with this. Looking for the boop, doesn't even need it. Coming on out, it's now onto Zoe, the Genji goddess, to pull this one all together. Grabs one onto Nori, the stop barrier, giving her that little extra boost that she needs to fight on through. Slicing and dicing the Weird Squad down to pieces as Michael Wave, they're gonna roll this sleigh right on home. Welcome to the victory song. Michael Wave will be continuing their undefeated run.
Vive battre su non instead of Vive battre sol. Yeah, I mean, completely devalued that Ant Matrix, and we'll see. Sammy absolutely lit it up here. I mean, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. This is beautiful.
I mean, regardless of how the series did turn out, Sammy specifically had a lot of highlight moments, such as this one on the Ramatra, which honestly made it a lot closer than it could have been in the long run. So really, shout out to her for making this one be a real competition, wasn't allowing the Michael Wave to get away with any of their little shenanigans that they were setting up with in that first part of the map. So while the Weird Squad didn't get the win today, hopefully we're going to see them, a little bit more of them later on down the line. Have faith that they can make it to that top 8. But Billy, let's talk a little bit more. Michael Wave, we've now seen them in what their form is going to look like for this Kunoichi Kocoa tournament. What are your thoughts on them, like taking on a team, another one of those favorites, such as NYXL Drainers?
Okay, so I think that they are riding a wave right now of the high from the last major, and that carry-on effect is beautiful to see. I mean, I tell you what, I was so happy to get our first game out of the gate is with them. I'm a big Mari fan. I'm a big Mari fan. The tank play, it's decisive, and I think that's what you need in your tank. Your rank games, Overwatch League, it doesn't matter. If you have a decisive tank, I think that you have a decisive and a clear advantage going into these competitive matches. So I think that the decision making, the snap decisions, and the cooldown management. If you watched how Mari was going through the progression, you were throwing Gracie out basically on cooldown, trying to pull somebody in, and you were waiting for either Death or Ramsu to get the kill. And I mean, even Aramori was getting in on the back of it. Scarlet was kind of like the supporting caster, and we're like, just happy to be here. I'm gonna keep you all alive, but y'all do your thing. But I mean, watching as they go through the cooldowns, using the axe, using the commanding shout, using Gracie, all those things right there with the Junker Queen going up against a shielded character and the Nemesis form is even that much more impressive, Tiny. So I think, like you said, the transcendence of Mari, the enlightenment, the glow up, as it were, is absolutely fabulous, and I'm so here for it.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Mari continuing to grow as a player and a leader in these Overwatch lobbies is a journey that we will always be following. And with that actually is going to conclude what we'll see with them today. But, of course, still much more action to come. We have round 4 of Swiss on our way coming up right after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Got lots of love.
Lots of love. Love. Got 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 lots of love. Love.
Yo, round number 4 is now upon us. The Kunoichi Kocoa tournament has continued. I got my hot cocoa. I'm feeling all warm and toasty inside, as we should be for this tournament. I highly recommend, if you guys got yourself a chocolatey drink at home, bring it out for this one. This is the last game that we will have on stream for our NA round robin matches. So stick around. We have a great match coming your way. One that a certain team here needs to pull out a victory. 4 kittens and 1 ball taking on Oomfy's Psych Ward. What these names telling me, Billy? Ooh, we're gonna have some fun.
I was doing my best cat cleaning themselves impression there because 4 kittens, 1 ball. You and I are both allergic to cats, like horribly, but we both emulate them so much because cats are just awesome. Wi-Fi Pingu Danny, one of my favorite Wrecking Ball players behind Bame. I'm sorry, Bame's the homie, but Ball and Danny is one of the best balls in the world. And I am interested to see how they navigate this upcoming match. They definitely have the advantage here as far as competitive experience, and then Shiro, also known as Jazzy, and Dots to fill out the rest of the lineup as we take a look at Oomfy Psych Ward.
I'm sorry, I can't. I love Oomfy.
I can't. You promised me. You promised me. By the way, I picked out, except for the Moira, I picked out all of the heroes.
Wonderful,
here.
Billy. Wonderful. This is a great competition. They should
Girl
run
power. Girl power. Let's go. I mean, this is a pick comp if you ever looked at one. Blood Buddy is coming in for Cat though. So their normal starting tank is not here. So Blood Buddy is going to be the tank player here, or Oomfy Psych Ward. I'm looking at Willow, and we both had a double take, like another Willow.
Another one?
Nani? But you know what? Willow, I'm here for it. I'm looking forward to seeing what Oomfy can bring to the table, because they need to win this in the worst possible way, Tiny, because, I mean, going down 0-3, they're not going to qualify for the weekend.
Not at all. And Oomfy Psych Ward, depending on how their last match shook out, which actually, I can get that information updated right now. They were sitting at 0-2 before. I believe they actually had a bye round previously. So now they're still sitting at, yes, that 0-2. Haven't won a map. And Billy, they don't win this one, well, it's goodbye, Oomfy Psych Ward. And, you know, for a team coming on in, as you said, they don't have their main tank in the lineup today. And perhaps that might throw the synergy a little bit off, especially when you have to guess what your opponents can play. Now, I say guessing. We need to look at the team name of our other squad here. 4 kittens, 1 ball. What does that tell us, Chef Billy? Do we see some Wrecking Ball? Is this actually going to come to light? They have to, right? It's in the name. They must. It is an obligation.
Have you ever watched Ball and Danny on stream? I mean, I have, and their mechanics are absolutely clean, like my kitchen at work. Spotless, shiny, and without flaw. So we will see if Danny and company can get it done. By the way, I mean, somebody throw a ball of yarn out. That's the only way that I think Oomfy Psych Ward is going to get through this matchup without cause, is if they throw some kind of distraction out there, because I'm going to be pouncing all over the gameplay here coming out for Kittens 1 ball. Yeah, I know.
It's a grandpa
You're here
joke.
for it. Listen here. I will absolutely name you right now on broadcast. Don't you start with this grandpa. I am young at heart. But, yeah, we're going to have some fun. So, I think that Oomfy Psych Ward, if they can actually play as a 5 and give the kittens a little bit of room for pause, we might have ourselves a match here.
Billy, I'm just, I don't have any more words on that, but I do have words about this map. Ilios is quite a fun time. You know what this tells me? Environmentals, especially if we're running a Wrecking Ball. I'm expecting at least 7 from the Wrecking Ball. That's got to be it, right? If you're not doing that, well, you're doing something wrong. I am convinced, especially on this map. If you've got ruins, maybe you get an excuse, but we're gonna have to wait and see which way that map ends up swinging. Of course, though, we do want to look, ideally, when you're looking at 4 kittens, 1 ball, they're going to be playing a competition that is meant to displace your team. They are meant to cause chaos. And if you let that chaos get to your head, well, Oomfy Psych Ward, they will definitely need to be going to that Psych Ward, because they will be driving themselves mad trying to chase around Ball and Danny this entire map. So, looking at this, we will be kicking it off on Ruins, the one where you should be least afraid of an environmental threat there. Nonetheless, and I guess we get to wait a little bit longer, Chef. Billy the Kitten's not ready to pounce.
Well, they call for the pause. I think they got scared of Ruins, to be quite honest, and well, I'd be scared too because, you don't have to worry about the environmental so much here. I mean, I think that we're still going to get one from Danny, but we'll see how it actually goes down. Now, I mean, this is more the brawl territory here, and I don't know if Danny has a brawl tank per se, but I think you hit the nail on the head as far as disruption. We'll see if they decide to run with that, or if they decide, to just let Danny do their thing, and then, the rest of the team focuses on the front line. We'll see how this goes down.
And that's going to be the big thing here, right? Is that if Danny is to avoid getting turned into a ball of yarn and then unraveled in front of their team, that would be a big problem for them. Oomphy Psychward is going to have to be able to figure out what that answer is going to be. Wrecking Ball is arguably one of the worst tanks right now, at least on paper. Some of the best ball players out there have managed to give him some sort of value, but it's not an easy thing. So you're relying a lot on Ball and Danny's ability to work off some of these Discord orbs, having shots come in from Wi-Fi, because it's not going to be an easy battle, especially if Blood Bunny's on this Roadhog.
Oh boy. Well, I'm a little bit scared for this, but we'll see how this goes down. We do have Marin showing up on the Widowmaker, so you know what? The hit scan and the rest of the team from 4 Kittens, 1 Ball will have to keep their heads in line, otherwise they're going to be taken out in a hurry.
Yeah, they're going to be moving up relatively quick, and even quick work of Marin. Billy, you spoke too soon, but that's where that CC comes in. Ball and Danny slept and teed up. That hook came in. Ooh, they were as good as dead. But for now, they'll be able to roll away to safety before coming back in for another go-around. Immediate swap over to the Cassidy. Oh, poor McSlammy doesn't get that off in time, and 4 Kittens, 1 Ball already making quick work of Oomphy Psychward.
I mean, even with Marin going over to the Sombra, I mean, that'll give Danny a little bit of issue. But with the rework to Sombra, that hack doesn't last as long as you may think. And you're going to be able to turn this fight into your own favor. There's a longer cooldown on that hack. So there's a lot of work for Oomphy to deal with here. I really want to see what Pink Latte brings to this fight because they are already at 60% for the Nano.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty insane to have to think about, especially with how quickly a lot of these players have been going down. Oomphy Psychward haven't had the option to take a quick fight or really a battle at all, so having this come in would be great, but of course Pink Latte will be hitting the hay. Pingu and, of course, Ball and Danny working together, a great little duo to pull this off, and this is what we mentioned, Billy. You gotta find a way to wrap the reins around this Wrecking Ball.
But why are we playing the hog? It's just an old battery for everybody on 4 Kittens. I mean, while the Roadhog rework with the pig pen and, the enhancements off of the breather, it's just too much for this poke comp coming in from 4 Kittens. I mean, the mobility is completely in their favor right now.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is Oomphy Psychward, they're taking all of these steps to try to slow down the pace, but when none of these are actually landing, you're finding yourself at this ult disadvantage, and you're in a fight, they're committing heavily too. That's 3 ultimates coming on through, making a 4th with McSlammy, and even then, they're struggling to keep up. The Deadeye manages to find 1, yet they're still relatively even. Ball and Danny is the last one alive. The hack certainly helping to slow that momentum. And the points are going up, right? Kittens and Ball, they have to get the EMP, that's 5 ultimates. If this is what it takes for them to shut down 4 Kittens and 1 Ball, I am very worried for Oomphy Psychward going forward, especially since they don't even seem to be closing it out.
Now, this fight is done and dusted.
Oh boy.
Especially with the slam coming through, they'll be struggling to even get a catch here.
Yeah, you can't. You really can't. Thankfully, the Bucking Ball finally gets put back down into the little hamster cage where they belong. And Oomphy Psychward, I mean, you're looking at such a tall task to take back this 99%, Billy.
I like Pink Latte going aggressive with the Nano and giving us the electric output, but now the slabs go through in the back.
When a slam goes on through, Wi-Fi gets the pick onto 1. The synergy is impeccable. They know how to play around this wrecking ball. It's all that they practice, and Wi-Fi, of course, wants to get in on the action here. That's 2, make it a 3rd for the Sojourn player, and Billy, that's it. That's ruined right there. It flew right on past.
I mean, the fact that we're looking at the engagement coming in from Ball and Danny on the wrecking ball, the disruption is absolutely there. Then you're looking at the Discord orb coming in from Meme Dream. I mean, really, Blood Bunny is just like I said, an ultimate battery for this Four Kittens team. Oomphy Psych Ward. I mean, I like the swap to the Sombra. It's definitely making Ball and Danny's life a living hell right now. Just, you know, on cooldown, you're getting hacked out. And I mean, with the virus going onto it, but I mean, you're looking at Shiro and Meme Dream. I mean, the healing, you're not looking at a lot of healing there. I mean, you're trying to get that Inspire up healing, but I mean, with the Harmony Orb, it's not a lot of quick healing. I mean, and Oomphy Psych Ward, I mean, they've got the Ana, and you saw how good that Pink Latte's doing. It's just not enough on the back.
No, and like that's the thing, right? Is that you can't keep your team alive, and even then, you managed to shut down the ball, but look at that. That was a bash, hack, and a hook coming in. This map will be a little bit harder to play just because you have to move around. I mean, in these really small areas that makes it easy for these cooldowns to land. So 4 Kittens, 1 Ball definitely are going to struggle a little bit more. Marin will be consistently keeping Ball and Danny in check. Even if the hacks aren't returned to their original glory, it does just enough to slow that momentum. I mean, there's another one coming in as this fight's going on. That's a 4th one throughout this game. The problem is, you just don't have the support for your Roadhog. You do not have a front line. It simply doesn't make sense. This was the pulse bomb. Pingu yeeting that one in. Willow goes boom, and 4 Kittens and 1 Ball. They're happily gonna go up, but bowl on over.
I mean, just the 1v1s that we're seeing here from 4 Kittens. I mean, Daddy's starting to get a little bit ticked off right now. I would be too, being consistently hacked out. But, I mean, Wi-Fi and Pingu. Pingu is just saying, you know what? I've got blinks. I don't care about what you're doing to me here. The only thing that they need to worry about right now is where is McSlammy on this board.
Yeah, McSlammy right now, that's the one that can shut you down, especially with this nade. That's a couple shots onto Pingu. Can't finish the elimination, though. Rather unfortunate, especially with how good McSlammy has been looking on the cast. See consistent output of damage. It just never comes in fast enough to make that significant mark.
I love what Pingu's doing. I mean, Pingu is just taking the aggression coming in and just having a lot of fun on the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's great. But something has to change, and that change is the D.Va. Blood Bunny has more ability to help peel for your supports, perhaps put a little bit more pressure onto the Wrecking Ball in a way, but it doesn't really even matter. Pingu takes this fight so incredibly early that Oomphy Psych Ward just don't have the time to react to this. Pingu is running amok in their backline, and this is absolutely insane. 4 Kittens, 1 Ball are holding this very tricky angle on their opponents. They don't have the long sightlines to deal with, and it takes so much just to get one elimination that by the time one comes through, Oomphy Psych Ward have to take a whole nother fight just to get control of that point.
I mean, you think that the MP would deactivate bunch, but it actually did. Now both support ult is coming out from 4 Kittens.
Yeah, both those coming on out, and 4 Kittens, 1 Ball still have this rally to hold on to. Shiro pops it out last second to keep themselves alive, and Wi-Fi as well, chunking down this D.Va shot by shot. Blood Bunny hanging on dearly for life, knowing that it's not only for their life, but also their entire team's for future on the map of Ilios right now. Yet there is no stabilization in sight. 4 Kittens, 1 Ball, rather unstoppable. Their uptime in fights absolutely insane as Ilios cleanly going their way.
I mean, the mobility, the engagement, the synergy between Pingu and Danny right now is absolutely unheralded. And that's exactly what we saw there. Wi-Fi actually getting to play the game very quietly on this Sojourn, getting the work done on the backside. I mean, look at this high ground positioning, absolutely.
I want aim like Wi-Fi,
Damn.
my goodness. All right, I don't think that they even missed a shot that whole time, Billy. Woo! Man, if only we could do that, then we could be as good as Wi-Fi is right now. But not only is Wi-Fi, of course, pulling their own weight on the Sojourn, but I want to touch back again on how they're playing with a Wrecking Ball. It's not something that's talked about a whole lot because you just see, oh, ball goes zoom and then somebody flies in the air and then they fall over. Well, that's because you have the Tracer, you have the Sojourn sitting ready to get those eliminations. There's only so much that Danny needs to do here in order for the rest of the team to know when to pounce themselves. Pun very much intended. Oofy Psych Ward, no matter what they do, the Sombra, the Cassidy, the Hog, none of it has been able to temper that rhythm just of yet. It's just been rinse and repeat for Kittens. They're so good at controlling the way that they play. It's just they're doing the exact same thing over and over again, Billy. And honestly, it's making them go a little crazy.
So one singular word here, Orisa. I think bringing the Orisa to the fight would get a lot of work done up against the Wrecking Ball. Fortify, you're not getting knocked back. Javelin Spear, you reposition the ball. I think that if you work the Sombra that Marin's trying to bring to bear on Bally Danny, because they're getting the hacks consistently, but the follow-up is not there. I think that if you have an Orisa in the arena, and pulling that from the pantheon of heroes that we've got, I think you have a little bit more staying power. And I think that's what the problem is right now. Reminder that Blood Buddy is a substitute. So we don't have our main tank player playing in here that they normally have. So I think that if you bring the Orisa out and you coordinate, you have the Sombra kind of shadowing the Orisa right now. I think that's a way for them to get in. And if they can get that frontline pressure on top of Danny, I think that's where they can actually have some success.
Yeah, because you made a very good point. I mean, Wrecking Ball, yeah, it's gonna ignore the front line in the first place, but if you're playing like a Diva or a Roadhog when you really don't have that presence anyways, it's all the more easier for them to just walk right past and ignore you. You play the Orisa, well, guess what? Orisa's gonna stand there, and you're not gonna move her. So she's gonna force you to look at her. So that's a very good pick that they could do moving forwards, and also kind of moving around the map. Something like, do I want to see it? No. King's Row, not the worst option to plot, especially if you're gonna break out a Horse, a May, a Sombra. If you really want to go that direction of full counter comp, that's likely gonna be one of the better options that they have. Oomfy Psych Ward now on likely their last limb here. They need to come up with a win to keep their chances alive, to qualifying for those playoffs tomorrow, and it's all gonna ride on these decisions that they can make moving forwards.
See what they decide to go with. I think that they're, Marin was getting the work done.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about the Cassidy, landed a couple of good nades, but you know what? I'm just, I think the problem is in the tank department. I think that's really where the problem is, and Blood Bunny is doing the best they can. I think Pink Latte was doing great. I think that Willow is doing great as well. I just think that there's just not enough frontline presence here to really stand up to what 4 Kittens 1 Ball are bringing into our engagement. So we're back in the snowy streets of London, Tiny. We're both here. We're looking for some holiday cheer. Oomphy's hoping for a Christmas miracle. And 4 Kittens 1 Ball, they're, purring on their nice fluffy blankets and just having a wonderful time with this game of Overwatch right now. And Donnie's actually going to counter Blood Bunny on Log. Okay. Let's have some fun.
4, 3.
I think we have different definitions of fun, Billy. Roadhog, not fun. It's actually a tank's worst nightmare, even if it is another Roadhog. What is intriguing the most, though, is these mirrored support comps. Neither of them are running in Ana. They're entirely mirrored, as a matter of fact. This had to have been agreed on previously. Surely, there's no way that they have pulled this out, willingly wanting to run this without any prior conversation. I am convinced. I mean, this double sniper combo is devastating, and Pingo, clearly as good as on the Widow as they are the Tracer.
Well, I mean, the aim's there. I mean, the fact that we have exact mirror comps is kind of scary. I think there's definitely a handshake in the back room. And you know what? We're just going to have fun here for the remainder of this map.
Honestly, I'm here for it. We like fun. Fun is great. Even if double sniper Roadhog is so much fun for players like Shiro, who randomly gets a tree trunk down their throat. Pingu will take that Widow 1v1. This is going to be the trading back and forth, and Ball and Danny struggling to slip on away. She actually gets to hook it onto the hog, bringing her own death closer to her. Blood Bunny surely won't be complaining about that at all. And 4 kittens, 1 ball. Now, without any front line. Oh, I take that back. Pingu is the front line. I'm sorry. I didn't know that a sniper could just 1v1 a Roadhog like that with no fear in the world. I don't know what I'm watching, Billy, but I like it.
I mean, we're just watching pokes. We're looking at pick comps right now, and Marin already had the aim going on earlier. Oh my God! I'm scared. I'm scared.
Wow.
Tiny, hold me, please. Tiny.
As you should be. First of all, how is that even a headshot? I don't know. I'm not going to question Overwatch. Pingu appreciates it. Very respectable of their opponents. And they don't have a choice but to back off in fear because they are quite literally being forced back. That's the whole hog to zone them off. Ball and Danny, again, the first one to be taken out. And 4 kittens, 1 ball. They're still truly trying to push this one forwards. They have sights and transcendence. Is that going to help you much? I mean, maybe not. You're going to have the Widow on the high ground. No touch to come on through. We're going to continue with this little oddball of a game.
Well, I mean, we have fun.
We do have fun.
Fun is fun. You saw the there. Oh, this is what this is where we're at right now. We're at a Widow 1v1 having fun.
And that rhymes. Look at that. I mean, is it really a 1v1 if Slammy's getting in on it too, helping Marin out? It's more of a 2v1, but now the Widow's on the high ground. Marin, element of surprise. That grapple, absolutely wonderful here. 4 kittens, 1 ball. Added disadvantage. The Transcendence helps just a tad bit, making Willow's ultimate completely useless here. And it's just going to lead to another stagger later down the line as 4 kittens, 1 ball are going to have the pleasure of holding this first bridge.
Yeah,
Marin?
I mean, I think that 4 kittens, 1 ball has had enough of your nonsense.
Danny.
Oh no. Yeah, they're calling for the montage right now.
Oh boy. Oh
no. No.
No. Slammy was so confident after getting Mean Dream out and didn't even expect a whole bunch of hog. Just be waiting around the corner, and Ball and Danny's still going, mind you. Has eyes set on a couple of these players. They have the team to back them up. Blood Bunny can pressure the cart all you want, but you don't have a shield to give the rest of your team to block anything that Pingu and Wi-Fi are currently pulling up. You get the hook onto the hog, that's something to go ahead and work with. There is no order to these fights. It's just who can hit a shot first.
That's the beauty of pick comps right here. And I mean, we're just going for pure entertainment value here. 237 as we round the bookstore here, past the pub, the Fox and the Bear. I didn't even know the name of it until now, honestly.
Huh.
The pub is called the Fox and the Bear. BT-dubs.
Really?
And now sites are out. Yep.
Yep. Gets to learn something new every single day. You know what? We take those. More call-outs for days. Working on pull about to have a ton because these queues are being pressed. The sites with Marin arguably the scariest coming on out, and not exactly if you're Blood Bunny who got popped like a weasel that's apparently shaped like a pig out here. 4 kittens, 1 ball, doing their best to stabilize it with both their snipers going down. Yeah, Pingu uncontested once more, continues to run the I saw nothing. I saw nothing. That's fine. Totally normal behavior.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say right now. We are in complete chaos right now, and we're having a wonderful time at it. Welcome to the
I love
psych
that,
ward.
honestly.
And Oomphy, having a lot of time and a lot of fun here. Willow actually taking Ball and Danny down with a left cross. And yep, what? The sights are going to be coming out.
Yeah, Pingu has the sightlines here. Marin's not going to be able to contest. If you're Oomphy Psych Ward, you run away because you're scared, but apparently your escape route blocked by a big old angry pig named Danny. McSlammy is just having the worst luck with this Roadhog. Appears in the spots where they expected the least and has to leave it to their teammates to help pull this one together. Minute left on the clock for the attackers to round this first corner, and as picky as these comps have been, they're going to swap it up. Wi-Fi going over to the quite an interesting pickoff, and one that's not going to help you with Pingu at all. Gives you a little boot to the face, and still looking for more. Willow is a Zenyatta that is clearly not wanting to be a support today.
I mean, yeah, that's
What?
Willow is just absolutely cracked right now. No way!
What? No, nope, Willow. That's too much. Too much was allowed. Wi-Fi eventually had to put the damper down onto you and Marin as well. 15 seconds now for Oofy Psychward to attempt a touch on this payload. It's very doable, but what do you really have to win that next fight?
I mean, Meme Dream, you actually got gapped by Willow because Willow was using the legs and getting the work done. I'm sorry. There's no Zen gap right now. Now the Bob's ready to go.
Oh yeah, the bobber is coming on out. The payload shall be contested. Oofy Psychward have a couple players hanging around within the backside, and you know the whole hog's available. Yes, we won't see blood bunnies at all. The 4 ultimates for the 4 kittens that shall stand strong. Payload ulted just shy of second point. This is where the mark has been set.
Yeah.
Can I play ball?
Yep, I would like to see some ball play
this
too.
Game.
I love it. I love it. I love this game. I love this community. I love what Calling All Heroes is all about. I love Kunoichi. Also, by the way, you and I did the kerfuffle back a couple months ago. Now we're here with the Cocoa. I mean, it's the perfect time of year. Now, can I get some caramel with a K, please? Because I'm feeling all nice and warm and cozy here. And you know what? I mean, we're having fun. The Poke Comps was exactly what we wanted it to be. It was everything that everybody wanted.
It truly was. You wanted a brush of fresh air. Well, here you go. It's a glimpse into the mind, the darkest parts of an Overwatch player's brain, and we just experienced it. I don't think we're done just yet. I want to see if 4 Kittens 1 Ball decide to actually stick to the honorable mirror, or if they're going to try something new with the almost honorable man of them all. Good old Reinhardt the Rectangle Man.
Willow talking smack. I love it. I love it. Wow. Even in defeat. Oh, the Winton over what? Winton.
Surely not. Surely not.
Oh, boo!
Boo. No fun. I mean, Danny's not having fun either, so we can all suffer together is essentially what I'm getting at. There is a change though. Shiro on the Lucio, mind you, often regarded as one of the worst support comps to come on out. I guess if everyone's just getting their head ripped off though, it doesn't really even matter. Not like you're feeling that in the first place. Marin having a merry old time up on the high ground, and yeah, 4 Kittens 1 Ball. They don't have any protection, and they know it. These shots are disgusting.
Marin, hello? Yeah, have fun? I'm having fun. Are you having fun? I'm having a grand old time here.
Yeah, that. Totally. I agree. What's happening?
Looks like we have had a
Oh, that's
pause
happening.
call
That
here.
you can read. Paused? Oh, that is a word that I know everything about. Did we already have one of those today? Yes, we did. I did totally remember this map. This one is totally not taking up all of my brain power right now. It's okay. We get a pause. I believe it was from the side of 4 Kittens. Wait, yes. 4 Kittens, 1 Ball. Billy, we are on our last limits this match. Truly putting us to the test right now. And I mean, honestly, gotta give Oofy some credit. Marin specifically has been fragging, keeping this match semi-close, even if they have agreed to an honorable code of no wrecking ball. You know, 4 Kittens 1 Ball. They're not looking too far behind.
No, I think that once Ultimates start coming up, I think that's when we'll start to see the fangs come out from the Kittens. But right now, I mean, Oofy Psychward, you know, they've got the sight lines. Marin's filling their oats and hitting the shots. That's the most important thing, is that they are getting the frags when they need them. I wish I had flick skills like that. I do not have them, just so everybody knows. But you know what? I want to see if Oofy can actually capitalize now. Get that kind of threat into the Kitten's head, because if that's the case, we might actually see a map number 3, because
it's possible.
Once you start getting killed after kill after kill, that starts to really start to weigh upon you. And I think that the Kittens are smart enough to know that if it's not working, you can go ahead and change things up. And we saw Wi-Fi do that halfway through second point. They came out on the Ashe initially. I wouldn't be too surprised if I didn't see a Sombra or a Tracer come out from them when we get back into the match.
Yeah, they can totally take some stuff back into this game. As you said, they are intelligent players. They know when to switch if they actually feel like that they are starting to lose. We do have the word that we'll be getting ready to head back in shortly, which is amazing for us because, oh, we need more of this action, Billy. We always do. Whether it will be still on the Widowmaker, though, we're going to go ahead and see. McSlammy won't be making an appearance, though. Ate a bunch of Zen orbs to the face. So 4 Kittens, 1 Ball now have an advantage to go ahead and work off of his Wi-Fi. Whoa, they're not playing around anymore. The Sojourn has returned, Billy. Yet
My
man
God.
still lives and hits that shot. I mean, in what world? I mean, who gave this player the amount of hot cocoa needed to actually have this ridiculous aim right now? Oh, I spoke too soon. I'm sorry, Marin. I'm so sorry. That I will take the blame for that one. You are an excellent aimer. Pingu just happened to hear that I was saying good things to make me talk about them a little bit more, as well as their team, who is struggling to stabilize. Ball and Danny wasn't lying. Has been having a difficult time in themselves with the hog duel.
I mean, Pingu and Marin right now are just having a wonderful time. I love this switch from Wi-Fi over to try and contest this Widowmaker on high. They need to keep doing that.
Oh, yeah. Definitely need to do that because the more that you are letting a Marin live, well, the more heads that are going to be rolling around King's Row. And I can't say that fits with the festive decorations that we're necessarily going for right now. So 4 Kittens, 1 Ball need to focus on where those threats are. Marin has sights up. They know where everybody is, and McSlammy is currently stuck full a bunch of scrap metal. So Oomphy Psych Ward, now they are once again down a player and relying on Marin to come up with an Orid Blood Bunny to come up with another elimination. And Shiro is arguably the best one that you could have gotten here. Sustain is a minimal. We're going forward for 4 Kittens and 1 Ball. Transcendence is forced out. The Immortality Field, King Latte being on the Baptiste is a huge difference. So, I mean, looking at that player is going to be great. If Marin doesn't live, Wi-Fi knows that they're a threat, has to get the contest, yet they don't make the jump to the high ground here. They're struggling to stay alive. The Ant Matrix through the Widowmaker. Wi-Fi just had to spam tap that right click to hit that shot, knowing how dangerous that would have been to play into. So finally, the error shall clear. 4 Kittens, 1 Ball have moved on to the objective and are trying to find some sort of safety to play off of.
I mean, there we go. Pingu over to the Tracer. Yeah, they're done playing. They've had their honorable combat, and now it's done.
Yeah, no, they're done. They're done. They say we win now, and yeah, Wi-Fi took the Hanzo arrow to the face. I'm not going to comment on that because yeah, it's Hanzo. Hanzo moment is what we call those for sure. And 4 Kittens, 1 Ball. They're swapping. Pingu and Wi-Fi are on 2 of the best DPS that we've seen, but it doesn't matter what you play if there's a Hanzo on the board.
Just thinking back to Scatter Arrow days. And that's kind of what the shots are coming here from McSlammy. I mean, just absolutely owning these sight lines and getting the headshots to boot. So, I mean, we're looking for right now. They need to get some stuff done, and Wi-Fi's not having any of it.
Nope, Wi-Fi is done messing around. Has had their head ripped off one too many times and is fully taking it to their opponent's Oomphy Psych Ward. Has just been an ult battery or a rail charge battery for them when it comes to this Roadhog. They're rounding that final quarter, Billy. Oomphy, yes, they're making the swaps, but can they manage to get this touch through where Ball is set up?
Oh. Is my head a magnet? Yes, Shiro, unfortunately it is.
Yeah. That's just how Hanzo works. I hate to tell you that.
Now, Pigpin out.
Oh, they're not making it. That's it.
Yep,
they're not making it. I was waiting to see, does something happen? Does the Tracer come? Oh, no, whole hog. All right, GG's, go next. 4 Kittens, 1 Ball, coming out on top of another round one that is much needed for their future, moving on forwards in the Kunoichi Kocoa bracket. And, you know, you got to give it to Oomphy Psych Ward. They made this map fun. They made it close. Marin as well, popping off on this Widowmaker. I mean, look at these shots. The reaction time. You just don't repeat them. No way. Oh! All right. That's all I needed to see. That's all. That's it. I'm done.
We're not worthy. Oh my goodness, Marin. Wow. Fantastic performance in defeat. And that's probably going to be the end here for Oomphy Psych Ward. But man, did they fight there on the streets of London. But 4 Kittens, 1 Ball. They're going to go ahead and move on.
Yep, they're moving on up. Oomphy's Psych Ward have pretty much solidified themselves in that last spot. Unfortunate that we won't be able to see any more of Marin and their squad moving on forward, but they did give us a fun game to go ahead and watch, and hope you guys were entertained by it as well, because Billy, while that might be the end of our day today, these players still have a bunch more to go through. There's actually 5 rounds of Swiss coming up. We had to change our bracket last minute. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to catch that one on stream, but please stay tuned for any updates. We'll have those top 8 teams coming on out, as they're going to be playing again tomorrow and up till top 4 on Sunday. Not to mention, oh, we got even more. The EU bracket is making an appearance. Those 4 teams all playing for $250 all day tomorrow. The Kunoi action never stops. And Chef Billy, I'm so glad that we get to be here for all of it.
I'm happy. I'm happy. You'll see me on the EU broadcast tomorrow. K-Wing will start the day off. K-Wing and Spectrion will be first out the gate. From, 10:30 Eastern? I'm sorry, 11 Eastern.
Yep.
And then we will be going on throughout the rest of the day. So make sure you get in here and support the Calling All Hero KunoichiCGL Kocoa takedown, because I'm excited. We get to see a lot of the top Calling All Heroes talent. It's time for an early Christmas.
It is so much time. Oh, absolutely. And of course, with all good things, we have to thank the people that are behind it. I'm going to give a quick shout out to our lovely production team. Echo, making us look really pretty. And of course, our observers in game. You got Orange, you got Poofa, and Little Joe from earlier. Thank you all so much for putting on this broadcast today. Of course, it's been Tiny Shiny and Chef Billy today on your last couple of matches. Got plenty more action to come, so make sure, give this channel a follow, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Love y'all.